allow me to take this opportunity first to acknowledge the presence of the chair of the NCOP, Tate Masondo, Chief Whip, Tate Mogai, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dilil, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Matali, our MECs from our respective provinces that we represent in the National Council of Provinces, SALGA representative, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. It's always an honor to have a program of the NCOP where we are focusing on ministerial briefing session. Today, mainly we are focusing on the scale and the impact of destruction, theft, vandalism of public property and community facilities. Allow me now to invite Honorable Masondo, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to do the opening remarks. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Greetings to everyone. Let me acknowledge the program director.
Recording in progress.
House chairperson of the Committees and Oversight, Honorable Tomo Nyambi, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Patricia Delil, the Minister of Police, Honorable Begi Kaele, House Chairperson of the NCOP, International Relations and Member Support, Honorable Winning Wayne, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Seiso Mohai, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, members of the Provincial Executive Councils, representatives of organized local government, the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, allow me to begin by extending a word of appreciation to you for the opportunity to make these opening remarks as we consider the vexing question of the scale and impact of the destruction, theft, and vandalism of public property and community facilities. Today's ministerial briefing session seeks to focus our attention on the measures to protect infrastructure and community facilities from destruction, theft, and vandalism. Our Constitution identifies public work as a function of government that is implemented by all the three spheres of government. In November 2021, on the occasion of the ministerial briefing session on the economic and fiscal impact of the July 2021 public violence, looting, and destruction of property, we made the point that there is a creeping but very wrong notion that government listens better when people destroy property. That we should intensify efforts to de-escalate public violence as a means of expressing anger or disappointment by some citizens. That nothing is gained by destroying public or commercial infrastructure, and that instead, such regressive acts only serve to worsen the condition we seek to change. In addition, in the book, Voices of Liberation, Hamzo Hamuchane says, quote, "We must take a rapid step from the national consciousness to political and social consciousness if we really wish our countries to avoid regression, and uncertainties. Those quotes. That quote, the national bourgeoisie dispenses with popular legitimacy and increasingly turns its back on the interior and the realities of uneven development, with its only interest in exporting the enormous profits it derives from the exploitation of the people to foreign countries. Current events confirm this assertion as we see the scandalous and endemic corruption and legalized robbery in countries such as South Africa, close quotes. Of course, Baines and McKinsey come to mind when one talk about these issues. Program Director, the conditions that are facing our nation and which we seek to change include sustained low levels of investment and growth, deepening unemployment and inequality, resultant of the poverty, the effect of corruption, and the narrative about state capture on the mindset of citizens, and the need for sustainable recovery from the destruction caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Public property and community facilities constitute a significant base and thus contribute significantly to our ability to tackle these and other national pressing matters. On the destruction of public property, Program Director, it is common knowledge that each public property and community facility occupies a particular space in a municipality. There are some municipalities where the brunt of destruction, theft and vandalism of facilities intended for public use. They incur costs in the form of emergency and other related services, and sometimes restoration costs. In all this, national and provincial governments are not spared. In the study conducted in 2019 by the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, on violence in local government, they found, amongst other things, that exposure to threats and violence is a common experience among local government officials and councillors, has increased over time, most disturbingly with a high number of assassination of ward councillors. That the failure to implement appropriate security procedures, reporting methods, and remedial mechanisms will have devastating effects on the human resources capacity of municipalities and thus further compound their ongoing struggle to deliver effective services to citizens. As the permanent and special delegates would recall, the issue of creating a conducive environment for the delivery of services and the exercise of oversight and accountability are some of the key issues that were sharply raised during our local government week program a few weeks ago, noting the recent increases of intimidation and killing of councillors and municipal officials and the damage to municipal property during service delivery protests. As a matter of great concern, the conference put forward the following set of recommendations: that we should urgently request the South African Police Services, SAPS, and the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that the reported cases are investigated and prosecuted. To request SAPS to adopt an approach similar to other spheres of government in conducting risk assessments for councillors and municipal officials, and that the NCOP should convene a special plenary debate on the attacks on councillors and municipal officials. Part of the effort that we need in order to deal with violence and destruction of infrastructure is to improve communication with citizens so that proper interventions are made before disagreements or acts of criminality gather momentum and result in the destruction, theft, and vandalism of property and community facilities. Communities must work with the law enforcement agencies to provide the necessary information in order for these agencies to improve their capacity to deal proactively with violence. For example, the common early morning blockades of public roads, including national roads, as a form of putting some pressure on government to provide services, are planned within communities and are thus known before they occur. On its part, our parliament has passed a range of laws to protect our constitutional democracy, to provide for measures to improve communication with citizens in each ward, to improve procedures to deal with acts of criminality, to protect people who make disclosures, what we call the Whistleblower Act, and lastly, to apprehend and prosecute people engaged in property destruction, theft, and vandalism. The November 2021 report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest recommends that one of the steps to be taken to deal with the issue of community violence is the promotion of cooperation between the police and communities. In this regard, and in order to improve the delivery of services in fulfilling the needs of the community regarding policing, the report recommends that the provincial commissioners of police must establish community police forums at police stations as provided for in the SAPS Act. This means that both communities and the police must work together. On inculcating the spirit of patriotism, Program Director, the destruction, theft, and vandalism of public property and community facilities are examples of acts that are devoid of patriotism. As a consequence, our interventions must also be channeled towards instilling a sense of patriotism among citizens in a way that will promote their devotion to and vigorous support for their country. Hamza Hamuchane, quoting Fanon, in Studies in a Dying Colonialism, says, quote, "They are only Algerians from the onset. Therefore, every individual living in Algeria is an Algerian. We have an Algeria open to all, in which every kind of genius can grow." Close quote. I'm sure those words finds
Chair.
Yes, just give me a second. As I was saying, Honorable Nyambi, that I'm sure those words find resonance with our own situation in South Africa. You can just give me a second there. I was saying that those words, therefore, on Algeria find resonance. I'm sure many of us will agree with what is actually happening. But having said that, I'm trying to check my notes here. Having said that, Yeah, I think I'm finding my notes. Yes, no, thank you very much. Our society can derive benefits from a renewed spirit of patriotism amongst the citizens. According to experts, the benefits will include the building of national unity, the promotion of well-being of the country, inclusivity, public sacrifice, and selflessness. However, as leaders, we must also lead by example. I'm sure many will agree. Our actions must align with our national aspirations, which include building a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. In conclusion, Program Director, our capacity to deal with the destruction, theft and vandalism of public property and community facilities requires cooperation between communities and the law enforcement agencies. As leaders, we must also set the right tone for the people to embrace the spirit of patriotism so as to guide their actions. Today's sharing of the measures to protect public infrastructure from destruction, theft and vandalism by the national, provincial and local government representatives should enable us to make the necessary interventions, including through enhancing oversight in this area. Please allow me to go back and quote Fanon in his conclusion of the Legend of the Earth, where he says, quote, "We have to work out new concepts of liberation and philosophical thought through an ongoing political education that gets enriched through mass struggle." Political education for him is not merely about political speeches. Instead, it is about opening the minds of the people, awakening them, and allowing the birth of their intelligence, those codes. Program Director, I'm looking forward to the presentations and the interactive and thought-provoking deliberations that tends to characterize our ministerial briefing sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tatema Sondo, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Indeed, we agree with you that as leaders, we have to lead by example. Thank you very much, Tatema Sondo. Now we're getting straight to the presentation. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Tatema Sondo, has set the tone when he was doing the opening remarks of this important briefing session by different ministers. As we get to the measures to protect public infrastructure and community facilities from destruction, vandalism, and theft, the first presentation will come from the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dilil. Honorable Dilil.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson Yambi, National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Honorable Amos Masondo, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of the NCOP. Good morning, goeiemorgen, Sanabunani. Thank you for the invitation to address the House today. Honorable Chairperson, I always say that corruption steals from the poor. And so too does crime in the form of the destruction of public property. While fighting crime is not the mandate of DPWI, the department has put measures in place to detect and prevent the destruction of infrastructure. Chairperson, national government has completed the National Infrastructure Plan 2050 Phase 1. And one of the pertinent issues that we are raising and prioritizing in the Phase 2 of the National Infrastructure Plan 2050 relates to crime and corruption, which continues to undermine the delivery of public infrastructure, its maintenance, and the use of its services. The vision is to ensure that South Africa's infrastructure can be planned, procured, built, maintained, and used without the material risk of crime and corruption. The costs of crime and corruption are very material. They can be measured in significant loss of life and destruction of property, wasted spending, higher costs, reduced utilization, and also the non-payment of user charges. Chairperson, the NIP 2050 Phase 2 will be submitted later this month to Cabinet for gazetting for public consultation. In terms of crime and corruption, 4 basic kinds of infrastructure crimes threats have been identified. The one is that crime affects infrastructure provision, especially corruption in the procurement process and in the extortion of service providers. Crime is directed at infrastructure itself, especially theft of copper and steel. Theft of infrastructure services, also such as non-payment of electricity and water. And crime is directed at users of the infrastructure. So therefore, in the Phase 2 NIP 2050, we are proposing 3 options and 3 possible solutions. One, we must demonstrate the capacity by the police to successfully identify, arrest, and prosecute offenders. The integrity of the internal controls in institutions that own and provide infrastructure to reduce corruption and complicity with criminality. And that infrastructure is physically secured and protected from violence, vandalism, and theft. From the infrastructure provider's point of view, criminality affects cost in 2 different ways. It raises the cost of delivery of infrastructure or services. In this case, the costs are passed on to the users. And secondly, infrastructure provision literally fails as a result of crime, imposing cost on the infrastructure provider, but denying them the means to recover those costs from the users. In this case, costs have to be recouped in other ways like higher tariffs or increased reliance on bailouts from the fiscus. Chairperson, some of the actions that we are taking, have taken so far to try and stop, vandalism and corruption before they happen. As the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, our project management office, supported by Infrastructure South Africa, we have developed a social facilitation framework templates and standard operating procedures, which aim to provide a new standardized delivery methodology and approach to stakeholder engagement in delivery of government infrastructure projects. And so the social facilitation framework seeks to achieve the following. 1, to provide a practical, measurable, outcomes-based and standardized approach to community engagement throughout the life cycle of the infrastructure asset, forming part of the project implementation. If the community is involved right from the beginning, you will see that the community take ownership and also protect the infrastructure. Also to develop operational standards and the framework templates and workflow processes for the social facilitation process. Also to develop operational standards, frameworks, and templates for local business stakeholders, profiling and mapping, and develop a local business engagement strategy. This is very important, Chairperson. It helps you to keep out the construction mafia when they come in and demand 30%. And to develop operational standards, framework, and templates for socioeconomic stakeholder profiling to develop a community engagement strategy. Honorable Chair and members, we are implementing the social facilitation strategy now at a project in Tshwane, Salbekop, where we are building 4 national headquarters for 4 government departments. And the community is involved in every step of the way. We have lost 5 months of construction. And through social facilitation, we had since the 16th of August, no stoppage of the project by the construction mafia. And the police, the community, together with government, we are all responsible for making sure that this project succeeds. Chairperson, as you know, Public Works is also the custodian of all registered and unregistered even immovable state-owned properties, and that it is of great concern that most of the department's unutilized assets are vandalized, looted, and destroyed, and also illegal activities such as sheltering of stolen goods and drug abuse are carried out in these unguarded properties. Most of the incidents we are reporting to the South African Police Services for investigation and possible arrest. And my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Police, is here, and he can also tell you what the police are doing to arrest these crooks. But we as a department have taken great strides to curb the scale of occupation of state-owned immovable assets. We've enlisted private security companies to safeguard vacant properties, and we've also approached the courts to evict illegal occupants by obtaining court orders. The department has identified and ring-fenced unutilized state-owned properties also for the use of gender-based violence and femicide and child abuse. And this will reduce the number of unused properties while we are tackling the scourge of GBVF. The program has successfully been rolled out in the Western Gauteng, and we have identified another 82 properties across the country, together with the Department of Social Development, that will be used for the purpose of GBVF. Further, Chairperson, in November of 2021, the department also approved a new letting out circular 135 of 2020, which is aimed at leasing vacant state-owned properties to interested members of the communities, to investors, to tenants, and the public at large. And there are many benefits to this strategy. Firstly, the unutilized properties will be put to good use. Secondly, the communities that they are situated in will directly benefit from the economic spin-offs generated from these properties. And importantly, theft, vandalism, illegal occupation, and destruction of the properties will be curbed. Chair, but even though these programs are in place, it is still very important that partnerships are formed between the various government departments and the communities. Proper consultation with the relevant stakeholders, must be held from time to time to ensure that state-owned properties are protected, that they are safeguarded, and that they are used in the correct manner. The department has also put platforms in place where communities can report the theft, vandalism, and illegal occupation of properties. And this include our internal fraud and corruption line at 012-416-1977. It can also be reported to the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, 0800-701-701. So, lastly, Chairperson, the department is successfully running a program called Operation Bring Back. We have identified those properties that have been illegally occupied. Some of them have been illegally disposed of, or some of them illegally transferred to other spheres of government. We have reported it to the police and to the Special Investigating Unit. We are working with law enforcement to recover these properties, and the SIU is making great progress in the return of some of the properties. One of the major ones that we are working on is the Pan-African Parliament, where the SIU is also making great strides. Chairperson, the department is further mandated to provide effective and efficient delivery of accommodation needs for our user departments through our construction project management branch. But during implementation, the department often encounters various disruptions that lead to vandalism and destruction of infrastructure projects. Many of our projects have been violently disrupted by armed groups that call themselves Business Forum, or better known as the construction mafia. And these groups demand to be part of the projects as local subcontractors, or the contractor must offer a protection fee under the pretense that it will benefit the communities. Now, these disruptions impact on the department's ability to deliver the infrastructure projects effectively and efficiently. Sometimes the demands are outrageous. They demand to be allocated 30% of the project. They demand that the 30% is in terms of the preferential procurement regulations of 2017, and they also blackmail contractors and professionals on the site by demanding money under the guise of a protection fee before the construction and the work can proceed. So these interferences have severely affected constructive activities, amongst other. Our police stations that we are building, because of the lack of performance of contractors and also by these work stoppages. Chairperson, this steals from the most vulnerable in our society, and we have to stop. As government, we are committed to working together with communities to make sure that these criminals don't have the upper hand and hold our country to ransom. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Dilil, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Indeed, you have raised sharply the issue of the construction mafias, their outrageous demands, the vandalism and destruction of our projects. And as the house that represented the interest of these provinces, and we are so fortunate today, we have all the relevant MECs coming from our provinces. It will be a fruitful day indeed. Allow me now, colleagues, now to take this opportunity once again as we get to the measures to protect public infrastructure and community facilities from destruction, vandalism, and theft, to invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Matali. Honorable DM Matali.
Morning, Chair, and morning to the chairperson of the NCOP and members of the NCOP permanent delegate and those that came to be part of the proceedings today from provinces, the Minister of Public Works present here and her delegation. I must indicate, Chair, that the Minister and the National Commissioner are not on the platform because of other pressing need within SAPS. They are in Krugersdorp dealing with an emergency that needs their attention there. But I'm here with Major General Mamuteti, who will be part of the proceedings in giving the details of what we are doing as police to deal with the challenge that is faced by our country in this regard. We really appreciate the opportunity that you have given us to come and interface with the NCOP on this important subject matter, which we are dealing with as the South African Police together with other stakeholders in the space. Good morning to you and to all members present on the platform. The cost of criminality to the country's economy as a whole is clear for everyone to see. Our energy supply has been suffering with load shedding, sadly becoming worse that are part of our daily lives. And we all know that crime is a big part of why the country is being plunged into darkness. Of late, criminals are also targeting infrastructure critical for the provision of the country's water and fuel. Whether it is individuals or syndicates, the position of the security cluster to the vandalism, destruction, and theft, or any form of sabotage of the country's assets is clear. Such conduct will not be tolerated, and law enforcement will continue to track down and ensure the arrest, prosecution, and punishment of perpetrators. We, without doubt, share the concern expressed by President Cyril Ramaphosa over the criminal activities that are adversely affecting the performance of the country's power stations, especially Tutuka Power Station in Mpumalanga. We know that maintenance spares were being stolen and sold back to Tutuka and other power stations. Some of the previous interventions that were put in place have proven ineffective in dealing with such, as we are beginning to even see a growing trend in the theft of oil from the pipelines by criminal syndicates lately. But we are wiser to the fact that these are not haphazard criminal activities. These are activities orchestrated by organized syndicates who have an illicit clientele within the energy value chain. Basically, there is a minute number of unscrupulous players who are pursuing their own criminal ambitions and personal gains. And we have seen that these criminal activities playing out in our power stations are deliberate acts of sabotage that will be brought to an end. We refuse to be held at ransom by criminals. We are aware that it is through concerted police action and collaboration between relevant role players in both the public and private sector that we will protect the country's critical infrastructure. The work of the country's security agencies is clearly cut out and time is of essence. Police are cracking down on these crimes at times conducted by well-organized criminal syndicates and bent on destroying the country's economy. However, this is not enough. As is the case with all forms of crime, we cannot eliminate this destruction to our infrastructure without the involvement of our government institutions, the private sector, and our communities. As the security cluster, we are alive to the fact that the protection of economic infrastructure does require a focused and coordinated response from all of us. Therefore, in response to the direct assault on our critical infrastructure, government has established specialized multidisciplinary units to address economic sabotage and other related crimes, such as extortion at construction sites and the vandalism of infrastructure, including the Economic Infrastructure Task Teams, known as EITTs, which the presentation to follow will provide more details on this economic infrastructure task team that we have established. Honorable members, underway are active partnership between the South African Police Service and key stakeholders from law enforcement agencies, from both the private sector and public sectors. It is through such partnerships that tirelessly work is being done to deal decisively with the theft of non-ferrous metal and essential infrastructure. The country's law enforcement is working hand in glove with stakeholders, some outside the public sector, to protect infrastructure that is needed to keep the country's lights on. Over and above these task teams, there has been a close collaboration between SAPS and ESCOM, where integrated intelligence-led operations are currently being conducted right down to local police station level. This strategic relationship is spearheaded and overseen by the National Head Office. Honorable members, as I move towards my conclusion, allow me to indicate that some of the arrests made so far include in-house security officers who are said to have collaborated with city power contractors, as well as foreign nationals linked to the contractors to commit these crimes. These are just some of the many successes that are as a direct result of collaboration efforts amongst various role players, including combined efforts by private security companies, community policing forums, and patrollers, residents, and customers who tirelessly work with entities such as ESCOM, City Power, SAPS, and Metro Police departments to clamp down on essential infrastructure crimes. We are also encouraged by communities who continue to come forward with valuable information that is assisting police investigations and timely resulting in arrests. Working together, we will defeat this scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand over to the department to do the presentation led by General Mamuteti, which will shed light on some of the interventions developed and successes achieved by police in clamping down on this crime. Together, we shall overcome. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And if we may allow General Mamuteti to lead in giving the details of some of the issues I highlighted on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Matali. General Mamuteti, you afforded the opportunity to do your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members, to the honorable ministers, and all protocol observed. I hope I'm audible enough.
You are audible, General.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As the Deputy Minister has indicated that we are already busy with an intervention from national level that is also including all the provinces in being able to deal with the issues of the infrastructure, which is actually costing us a lot in terms of the economy. As a department, we have established the economic infrastructure task teams that is specifically focusing on the challenge that we are facing as a country. The main aim of having our task team is actually to ensure the integration of the expertise as well as the resources and the operational processes that can actually be able to assist us in the fight against this scourge of crime. The focus area of the task teams are actually the non-ferrous metal theft, which is relating to the copper theft. That is also a problem that is an example of those that we're dealing with. It also focusing on the essential infrastructure crimes that include the tampering, the damaging, the destroying of infrastructure. That is also relating to the energy, the transport, the water, sanitation, and communication services. We also dealing with the critical infrastructure crimes that relates to the pipeline fuel theft. That is also a problem for us. And the extortion at the construction or an economic side, which the minister from the Department of Public Works has already alluded to, that talks to the business mafias that are actually involved in that regard, is also the responsibility of this task team. It also deals with the illegal mining and illicit trafficking, because we know with the challenge that we face with the illegal mining, how the impact that is causing us as a country. So these teams have been established at the 18 high crime district, where we have identified that there's a lot of this type of crimes that are happening. In Western Cape is 2 districts. In Northern Cape is 3 districts. Gauteng is 2, 4, 5 districts. Eastern Cape is 1 district. Limpopo is 3. Mpumalanga is 2, Free State is 1, KwaZulu-Natal is 3, and Northwest is actually 2. But this is actually the province, the districts that has the highest number in terms of the crimes that I've alluded to. But however, the other districts are covered by the same task teams, and and also other operations that are conducted at the station level to be able to address the issue. The approach that we followed is a 5-pillar approach, which ensures that all the expertise are involved. The first pillar is talking about the crime prevention part of it, where we encourage in the station level to be able to conduct the necessary operations, the crime prevention operations, and also do the analysis and everything in relation to that crime, so that they can be able to plan around the operations. And also we have the crime intelligence gathering, analysis, and coordination, which talks to the information that should be generated by crime intelligence for us to be able to operate as a proactive measure or as a reactive measure, in order for us to be able to deal with the crime at the organization, at the organized level. The pillar 3 is where now we are involved with the specialized units like the TRT, where we can be able to deal holistically with the issues, especially with the illicit mining, where we have a challenge. Normally we utilize the specialized unit in terms of the TRTs, the task force where it's necessary, and the NIUs. The reactive pillar is a pillar that talks to the investigation part of it. Here is where we're talking about the organized part of it, the organized crime from detective side, which will address the level 1 up until level 3. And then we also the DPCI that address the level 3, I mean level 4 up until level 5. And then we also have the knowledge building and communication, which is a pillar that we also work with in coordination with our stakeholders to ensure that we try by all means to create awarenesses where is necessary, and also to empower our colleagues to have an understanding of exactly what is expected of them. So in terms of the structure, we have both internal and as well as external stakeholders that are involved. The external stakeholders include all the other government departments, the relevant ones, of course. The minerals, resources, and energy is part of the department that are involved. We have the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee that is also part. We also are involving the other law enforcement agencies like the Metro Police departments in various provinces where they have already established the Metro Police. We're also involving the state-owned entities like the Transnet, the PRASA, the ESCOM, the Telecom, and the telephone industries like the cell phones and telephone providers, the Cell Cs, the MTN, as well as the telecom facilities. So the list is not exhausted. It means that in whatever way where we have to involve, like the business sectors, they're also involved in an extortion part of it, where the mafias groups are involved, so that there are different structures. There is a different structure that will deal with the extortion. There is one that is dealing with illicit, but together they're working together so that they report on one coordinating structure, which is consisting of all these task teams that to be able to measure the impact of the task teams. So the task teams have been implemented as on the 1st of May this year. There has been some successes that have been made in terms of The arrest, unfortunately, I don't have the numbers. I was still trying to calculate how many arrests we have made. But we also have done the takedowns operations of those projects that we have registered. For now, as I'm sitting here, there is a media statement that has been issued in relation to the takedown of the people that have been arrested for illegal mining in Northwest, where 20 people have been arrested and 24 firearms have been recovered. There is a lot of copper that was also confiscated, and we also have the operations that have been conducted in all the areas that I've alluded to, the crime prevention operations as well as the crime combating operations. There are projects that are running in that space, which are under the leadership of the organized crime, because we also want to arrest the kingpins. We would have realized with one of the arrests that was made in Gauteng, where the kingpins for illicit mining were arrested and the 4 vehicles were confiscated, and the asset forfeiture unit is involved in that one. So we also have the project, as I've already indicated, which are dealing with the organized crime in relation to the 5 areas that I've highlighted too. So that is in short in terms of what we are doing as a department. We are continuously monitoring the implementation of the task teams. There is money ring-fenced for the purpose, and we are making progress as time goes on. In the next financial year, we are intending to actually convert the task team to a fully fledged unit so that they can be a permanent structure. That is in short that I can indicate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, General. Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, allow me now to have some questions so that we can get the ministerial responses. The first one will be the Mama from KwaZulu-Natal, followed by Proud Seth, followed by Seleku, followed by Jutoit, followed by Khai, followed by Boshoff. I'll be calling you as we go on. Let's start with Mama. Mama, okay. I like them, I love you.
I love you too, Baba. Good morning, Baba.
Morning, Mamas.
So, Baba's one. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to, to ask some questions from the ministers. And thank you, ministers, for your detailed reports, of which I think it will be of help to us to ensure that maybe we do oversight when it comes to that. Chairperson, I've got 2 questions for Minister of Public Works. The first one is, Minister, what type of the community facilities have been affected by vandalism or destruction, and how has this affected different communities in the provinces? And my last question, Chairperson, will be, Minister, has the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure been working with other departments to ensure the restoration of public and community property, which has been affected by destruction and vandalism? Thank you very much, Chairperson Baba, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mama. Second one is Honorable Broughton said.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. My question is to the Minister of Public Works. Minister, I'm glad that you raised the issue of the construction mafia. This is something I've been driving in my select committee for some time. I was heartened that in SONA this year, Minister, the President announced an interministerial task team to attack this issue of the construction mafia, who simply are mafia. Just like the old Italian movies, they move in, they demand a protection fee. And frankly, Minister, you would also be aware that it's not only stopping contracts, but also threatening staff on those sites with death and injury. And so, Minister, the first question to you is, what are you as a member of Cabinet going to do to make sure that there is an interministerial task team between yourselves and the Department of Police to actually infiltrate these construction mafia groups, identify the kingpins and start effecting arrests? Because that's the only way it's going to be sorted out. That's the first question. Minister, the other question that I have is, has your department considered implementing a comprehensive security plan to prevent tampering of theft of critical infrastructure on railway lines, train stations, power lines, roads, and harbors? And do these considerations include the following very simple methodologies? 1, the marking or stamping of infrastructure to make later identification possible. Number 2, the use of the replacement of standard bolts with anti-theft bolts on infrastructure. Number 3, digital camera and alarm trigger mechanisms. And finally, the use of alternate materials to copper. Has your department considered any of those methodologies to try and slow this down? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable President. The next is Honorable Seleku.
Honorable House Chair, my apologies for the camera load shedding. Allow me to greet you firstly, and also to greet the honorable ministers that did some presentations, and honorable members, and also the chair of the NCOP. And my question would lash to what the chair of the NCOP has said in terms that we need to lead by example as leaders. And the only way we can defeat what is currently happening in our country is to leave politics aside and work with departments or with provinces that are competent in making sure that we move this country forward. So my question will be, will the ministers work with competent provincial governments to devolve the function of protecting critical infrastructure in order to ease the burden of the national departments who to date have been unable to cope with this challenge? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Let me remind Honorable Minister Dilil and Honorable Deputy Minister Matali and General to note the questions. They will respond once we are done. Now, let's note all these questions. The next is Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister and Minister. Honorable Chair, I've spoken to this point on numerous occasions in Parliament. This pertains to protest action and violent protest action that's taking place and that has been escalating over the past years, not only in the Northwest Province, but all over. And recently, a month or so back, I posed a question to the Honorable Minister Becky Cele with regards to the number of protest action that took place over the past 2 years and the number of arrests that took place. Now, in his answer, he indicated that in 2017, 5,166 arrests were made for the protest actions then, and in 2021, only 2,211. My question to the Deputy Minister is, Deputy Minister, with regards to the escalation of these protest action, why is it then that less arrests are being made in spite of the fact that the protest action is escalating? And then with regards to critical infrastructure, I've also opposed quite a few motions in Parliament requesting that urgent intervention takes place, specifically in the Northwest Province, in the Kulini, Lichtenburg, Ditchabotla and Ventersdorp area, where Eskom infrastructure is being stolen on a weekly basis. When will specialized teams be deployed in these areas to ensure that these syndicates are brought to book? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. The next is Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister and Deputy Minister and all the honorable members. My question goes to Honorable Dilil, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Minister, many of the vulnerable properties of government are those properties that are vacant, that are left vacant, especially if the previous tenants have left those properties. Most of the time they would be
standing there idle for months, if not years, and then they get vulnerable to vandalism because after the tenants have left, there are no security measures to make sure that they are secured against vandalism. Is there any plan that government has on ensuring that vacant properties kept secured? The second one would be on the restoration plan, if there is any restoration plan on the properties that have been vandalized and whether that plan has time frames. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable High. Next is Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good morning to both the Minister and the Deputy Minister. And my question is also to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Minister, we heard General Matali, I hope I pronounced it correctly, saying that they have established a task team. Unfortunately, with the task team, that's what they are. They have just been tasked. But what I would like to know from you is, have you considered empowering a non-ferrous theft combating committee through legislation and its own dedicated budget? And secondly, establishing a reward hotline for information leading to the successful prosecution of these infrastructure thieves. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Next, it's Honorable Sheikh. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And as pointed out by both the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Deputy Minister of Police, it cannot be overemphasized that vandalism, destruction of public infrastructure, sabotage, and other criminal activities mitigate against the provision of services to our people. It disrupts development, it discourages investment and economic activities. I have a question to the Deputy Minister of Police. The Critical Infrastructure Act provides for the establishment of the Critical Infrastructure Council. How has the Department of Police interacted with the council to plan and provide protection to infrastructure? Thank you, Chair. That's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh. Next is Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo angazi uma uhlalo uzongivumela ngizokhuluma ngaphandle kwecamera yami kumnyama la ngihlezi khona.
Kungaba mnyawo njani emini?
Sihlalo umbuzo wami uya ku Minister of Public Works ukuthi sonke siyaqonda ukuthi ukwakha kubiza kangcono kunokulungisa. Izinqala zinda zethu eziningi ibonakala zidicilelwa phansi ngenxa yokuthi uthola ukuthi akusekho umuntu okuzona. Ngesikhathi abantu basuke besakhona soyingadicilelwa kodwa ngesikhathi laba basuke beqashe sebephumile kuzona uthola ukuthi akukho ngisho nabayiqaphileke okwabona ogadi ukuthi kwenzeke sure ukuthi izigebengu azenzi kube indawo zawo zokuhlala. Isiphi isixazululo abanaso ukuthi lezi indawo ezi-empty njengamanje engahlezi umuntu kuzona bayakwazi ukuthi bayiqaphe ukuze zingadicilelwa phansi ngoba ukulungisa kubiza kakhulu kunokwakha. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you. Next, it's Honorable Myanmar.
Thank you, House Chair Nyambi. Greetings to you and all the colleagues on the platform, and also paying due recognition to the National Chair of the Council of Province, the Minister, and also the Deputy Minister. Chair, my question is directed to the Minister of Public Works. Mainly informed by the destruction of public and private property during protest action. The question that I want to ask is whether has there been an audit of all public works related infrastructure that were targeted during the service delivery protest during July incident. I know that the minister and the team are part and parcel of the executive team to assess the damage that was done. But it becomes important that at least there we are able to know and get a sense and appreciation of what types of public and community properties were affected during the July unders, from schools, private hospital, public hospital, and other service-related infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mimang. Next is Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni struggling. Let's go straight to Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on the aim of police. My question is, in the end, the protection of public infrastructure requires efforts and collaboration between the government and private sector and the community. Are there initiatives to build a social compact to deal with the challenges of destruction and vandalism of the public infrastructure? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Next is Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for not switching on my video, Chair. Chairperson, my question is many times is the destruction of infrastructure and is carried out by community protest or in criminal activities. So, Honorable Chairperson, how will the police mobilize the communities in the fight against the vandalism and the destruction of the public infrastructure? I'm not sure was I clear, Chair?
No, you were very clear.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Except that most members, the questions are very linked. Next one is Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good morning to you. Deputy Minister, the reality is that these crimes against the public infrastructure happen under our noses every day. And people know who's involved and who's buying the stolen material that's getting vandalized and stripped. Ask anyone and they'll tell you where the scrap dealers are. When you check if the dealers are registered or if they adhere to the rules, it's an obvious no in many instances. Deputy Minister, your men and women know these places well. When will you or the National Minister issue a national order to start arresting the illegal scrap dealers and even the dealers that bend the rules a little bit and take shortcuts? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Next is Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chairperson. My question is on international collaboration, and my question is really to all the ministers. Have the ministers engaged with their counterparts in, for example, the United Kingdom and Australia, who have, through initiatives such as Operation Tornado in the UK, have drastically reduced the theft of copper and critical infrastructure? Now, my question to the ministers are, have you engaged with these people? And if not, would you like the select committee to do it on your behalf so that speedy solutions can be found to this very serious situation? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christian. Next is Honorable Fesser.
House Chair, my question is to Deputy Minister Matali. Minister, have you considered setting up specialized units at metro and municipal level to investigate and combat the theft of critical infrastructure? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Smith without an H.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Apologies for my video, just for stable network. My question is to the Deputy Minister of Police. Have the Deputy Minister or the Minister reached out to the legitimate recycling industry stakeholders to establish partnerships and information sharing networks to combat the theft of critical infrastructure? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Okam.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is to the Deputy Minister of Police. Has the executive branch of policing considered A, allocating copper and other metals theft as a specific priority crime? And have they allocated specific crime codes to that? And B, secondly, have the executive branch of policing lobbied colleagues in the Department of Justice and Correctional Services to heavily increase the fines for those found to be dealing with illegal scrap metal? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, House Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine will go to the Minister of Public Works. Minister, in Limpopo, in different municipalities, we have projects which are left by contractors. For example, in Guyana Section F, we have a sports center there, which was not finished by the contractor. So the community there is busy vandalizing the place. I just wanted to check with you, what plans do you have to protect such infrastructures? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair, House Chairperson. Mine, Chair, will be directed to the Deputy Minister of Police, Matali. Deputy Minister, we note again the establishment of multidisciplinary unit comprising with private security sector, the government and the financial intelligence services, the South African Revenue Services, and the National Prosecution Authorities, and the border control, destruction of infrastructure. My question, Minister, to Deputy Minister, to you is, what has been the progress registered by the multidisciplinary unit up to this far? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, it's Honorable Labuskachne. Honorable Labuskachne.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Honorable Minister De Lille, has the government considered replacing copper wiring and other forms of copper with alternative metals? And if so, what are the relevant details?
Thank you. Next is Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, ke ne ke batla ho botsa Minister wa Public Works. Re na le ndao e ba reng ke Santarama mo Johannesburg. Re be re nna le dintlo tsa Public Works tse leng gore di dula batho ba ba di hirisetsa batho ba ba batlang dintlo ba ba senang bodulo mo Johannesburg. Public Works e etsang ka ntho tse jwalo. Maikelo a yone go go thusa batho ba jwang ka dintlo tsa yone tse di sebediswa ke batho ba ba itshebedisetsang go benefita ditšhelete mo bathong ba rona. Ke be ke batla ho botsa Deputy Minister ya Police gore ke a bona zamazama go tshwara batho ba bangata ba zamazama. Ko Rustenburg kwa go na le di mine tse tshwanang le bo Baube ya ka maabane le tse go tholagetse dithunya tse ngata. Ko Baube e ke zamazama because ba zamazama fela ba mine go ntle le tetla. A re bone batho bao re tla bona batswa kwa ba ba sweu ba tshwarela gore ba mine go ntle le tetla mona Afrika Borwa. Ke a leboga, Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Bacha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I would like to remain off with my video for specific challenges. But Chair, my question is directed to the Deputy Minister. Minister, what is the criteria that SAPS uses to determine national key points? And when last was the list of national key points reviewed? In addition, what is the criteria used to determine what public infrastructure is classified as critical infrastructure? Is that listed in a similar way as the national key points? And where can we find such a list? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Malika.
Thank you, House Chairperson. My question is directed to the Deputy Minister of Police. Deputy Minister, earlier this year, the Minister of Police informed Parliament that there will be an establishment of a task team to fight essential infrastructure crimes. Can the Deputy Minister provide an update in this regard and outline the progress that has been made, registered by their task team? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. Next is Honorable Mokause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. Mine is directed to the Minister of Public Works. Minister, in your presentation, you made mention of the construction mafias who have actually took over the construction environment within your department. Have you identified people who are working with these construction mafias? Because it's obvious that there are senior officials within your department who are working with people. The second one, Minister, when an official doesn't want to subject themselves to if the officials do not want to subject themselves to audit lifestyle, there's obviously something that they are hiding. And how come you are just accepting that certain officials do not want to subject themselves to a lifestyle audit? What actions are you going to take with regard to their refusal? Thank you.
The last to ask question today is Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the Minister and the Deputy Minister for their presentation. Minister, have you considered recommending to Cabinet that we ban the export of all copper from scrapyards and steel from scrapyards? That the only steel and copper that can be exported is that originates from a mine. Please consider that and consider recommending that to Cabinet so that it can come back and become law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll start with the
Honorable Chairperson. I raise my hands, Honorable Mashodi.
I'm not dealing with afterthoughts. Honorable Brown said you got your chance. I can only entertain Honorable Moshodi. Honorable Moshodi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mikalakis had a question, but he unfortunately is unable to connect. Can I possibly ask the question on his behalf?
Yeah, we'll do it after Honorable Moshodi. Let me start with Honorable
Thank you,
Moshodi
Chairperson.
after here. Honorable Moshodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Chairperson, my question is to the Minister of Public Works. Minister, my first question is, what is the scale of the destruction of public property and community facilities? And also, in which provinces is this occurring? Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, in which provinces is the destruction of public property and community is very high? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That's my question from the Minister of Public Works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moshodi. Honorable Providence, on behalf of Honorable Mikalakis.
Chairperson, thank you very much for your indulgence. I do appreciate that. Chairperson, the General responded earlier
relating to the task team that's been set up. So the question is to the Deputy Minister of Police. Has a task team been set up between the Ministry of Police and the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructure to specifically tackle the protection of the critical infrastructure? And if so, what are the specific details of the unit? Who is staffing this unit? And what resources will be allocated to the unit to ensure that its work is effective? The reason for the question, Chairperson, is that although the General says that it's been very effective, we have not seen any evidence of that. And I've also found it extremely strange that the General who knew about this briefing has no record or no stats of arrests made in relation to the unit's work. So if the Minister can just consider those questions as to, if the unit exists, who staffs it and what budget they have. Thank you, Chairperson.
The manner in which you present the question is clear that Honorable Mekalakis has done a proper briefing. Thank you. Let's go straight to, we're going to start with the Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Matali, to start responding to the questions asked by the honorable members. Honorable DM Matali.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that. You helped me a bit. I had submitted an apology to step out at 11, but I couldn't leave because I thought it will not be appropriate. But I will request that I be allowed to leave so that I connect to the commitment that was already set up. But however, some of the questions that I will not be able to talk to because of this constraint, General Mamteti will deal with that. There have been a question that have been asked with regard to, I think it's Honorable Detroit, that we have arrested few people and the protests are escalating. And looking at the July uprising, the figures that he gave, including protests that are continuing as we speak. Protests will always be a feature of the democratic dispensation, given the rights that people have been given to, when they are not happy with a service, to express their dissatisfaction through protest action. Of course, what matters is how that the form that the protests take. There are those that are peaceful, and as a result, you don't have to do anything to them, just to allow them. They don't even have to give a permission to anybody for them to march. They can wake up in the morning and march, or at any given time that they resolve to do so. The law allows, and the judgment that has been passed give them this right. I think the Constitutional Court judgment, wherein people don't have to apply. And this, of course, poses a challenge to the South African police, because we generally are caught off guard, because nobody is notified that there's going to be a march at a particular area. People wake up and march, and we are expected to be there to police that particular activity. But what I can say to members and to the country at large is that anybody who engages in any activity that is illegal, the South African police have a responsibility to ensure that the laws of the land are respected. And if you don't, we will definitely act against you. There might have been pronouncements that people made about the number of people who will be arrested, and only a lesser number gets arrested. Arrests are performed on individuals who have committed crime, and there is evidence of the things that they have done which will stand in a court of law. And it is only at the time that people have been arrested that you can give a figure that so many people have been arrested for committing this or that specific crime. It's true that during the July uprising, you had a lot of people who were protesting, but it's not everybody who protested who ended up having committed a crime that needs that person to be arrested. But yes, arrests have been made for those who can stand in court, and they will appear in court, and the processes will be adjudicated by the judiciary in that regard. But what should happen, or what members should understand, is that sometimes the protests are caused because a particular service was not provided. If we can ensure that, because here we have got the NCOP represents, it's a unique organ that represents the three spheres of government. If at all these three spheres of government, we can do what is expected of us, we will have less protests in the country. There is an issue of how we interact with the critical infrastructure. The processes for the establishment of the council is a process that was driven by Parliament. Members have been appointed, members are to be vetted, and as soon as all that vetting process is concluded, they will kickstart the program of doing their work, and definitely will provide all the necessary support infrastructure for them to do their work as outlined in the legislation. The issue of establishing a social compact with the different role players, as we indicated, that we are working with the private sector, we are working with communities, we are working with different departments to deal with the destruction of infrastructure by criminal syndicates. And it is this working together currently as we speak that has yielded positive result in a variety of areas. So yes, there is a working together in this regard. The issue of community mobilization, this we have been dealing with, Chair, from not necessarily starting from now, where we go to communities to talk to them, including yesterday I was in Umbumbulu as part of the community mobilization programs that we have, where we encourage communities to work together with SAPS, because in most instances, given our history, communities are reluctant to work with the police, and they accuse police of sometimes when they collaborate with them, they divulge the same information to criminal syndicates. So they are reluctant to come forward. So we encourage them to come forward, but we also talk to our police officers that it is not correct for communities to give you information, and some of the police officers go and divulge that information to criminals. It's wrong to do that. And any police officer who engages in such activities, as the South African police management, leadership together with management, we take a dim view of police officers who conduct themselves in such a fashion, because it's very clear that they are not fit and proper to be part of the South African police service. And if we identify any police officer who act in that particular fashion, we take steps against such individuals. And we have found that as we interact with our communities to encourage them to collaborate with the police, they do understand and they come forward to help us. And through their efforts, many arrests have been effected, because criminality takes place in where they stay. And sometimes they see these people more than the police will see them, and they provide us information. And through that, we're able to apprehend criminals who do wrong things. There is an honorable rider who says that the people who do crime are known. the people who steal and who sell goods and those who buy them are known. We will be happy to be provided with such information of individuals who are involved in criminal activities, and will definitely take action. We have acted on tip-offs that we have received. I've said earlier on, when I apologize, that the minister and the national commissioner are attending to an incident that happened where a sizable arms were seized from Zamazamas. This came as a result of a tip-off that we got from community. So when we are tipped, we do arrest, we do take action. And our arrest is not only arrest of Zamazamas, as Honorable Mutamai have said, that they will want to see white people who are involved in the Zamazama space arrested. If he has such information that there are specific people who are involved in these activities, he must give us that information, and we will definitely take action against them. I will request, Chair, if you may allow that General Mamutete deal with some of the questions that I have not been able to attend to, given the time constraints that I have indicated that I will ask to be released at 11. But I couldn't leave because I thought it will not be appropriate for me not to respond to some of the questions that members have asked. But we have had all the questions. I'll request that we allow her to take the remaining questions. And if there are questions that we might have omitted by mistake, we will definitely liaise with your office so that we give you return responses so that you can provide to members who are on both permanent and non-permanent delegates who are part of this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, Deputy Minister, let me take this opportunity once again to thank you for availing yourself. I anticipated that you will be getting to that engagement as we alerted us to that. Once again, we're grateful for always availing yourself when we have something that has to do with the National Council of Provinces. You are officially released. Now, General Mamoteti will deal with the rest, and anything outside the rest will make the necessary arrangement. General Mamoteti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe just to start with the successes, because there were a lot of questions that were raised in relation to what are the successes since the inception or since the establishment of these task teams. Maybe just to give a summary in terms of the number of arrests as well as the cases that have been opened. The essential infrastructure from the period that it was established, which is the May up until August, the end of August, we are still capturing the September figures. We have a total of 7,440 cases that were opened. And the arrest relating to the essential infrastructure, we had 1,662 arrests. The critical infrastructure is the one that relates to the fuel pipeline theft, which we had 8 cases that were reported. And in that one, there were 12 arrests that were made. The extortion at construction site, there were 5 cases that were registered. And so far, there is 15 arrests that were made. On the issues around the illegal mining, we had 976 cases that were opened, and we had 1,721 people that have been arrested. So in terms of the scrap metals, there has been some compliance inspections that have been conducted on the scrap metal dealers as well as the recyclers. For the period under review, we have been able to conduct such at about 5,007 of them, and then a total thereof in terms of the inspections that were conducted in both the recyclers as well as the dealers in terms of the scrap metals. And there are lots of successes in terms of what was confiscated, as I've alluded to the issues around the copper cables, the Transnet copper cable, the railway lines. There's a lot of successes that have been captured here. Unfortunately, due to time, I might not be able to read all of them, but there's a lot that has been confiscated that will be shared with me if maybe the chairperson direct otherwise, in terms of us being able to submit a report at a later stage. Now coming to the issue of the infrastructure, where the honorable member indicated that the infrastructure of ESCOM that is being damaged at the Northwest, what we can indicate is that the task team that has been established is actually supposed to attend to those cases in that area. We will activate the relevant office to ensure that this offices or this place that has been alluded to is also receiving an attention, and will make a follow-up in that regard. The issue around the combating structure, crime combating structures, yes, we do have crime combating structures where all the relevant stakeholders are involved, including the NPA. The railway fraternity, they have the railway crime combating structure, which is dealing with the PRASA, Transnet, and Gautrain. And then we also have a crime combating structure that is dealing with the illicit mining, which is also involving the relevant department and the relevant stakeholders. And then we also have the structure that is dealing with the non-ferrous, where we all involving all the other stakeholders, including the Transnet, the business sectors, the municipality, all of them, they come for the non-ferrous. And we also involve in the agricultural forums that are also having some issues in relation to their infrastructure. We also have the extortion crime combating structure, which is also sitting with the business against crime to be able to deal with the issues around the extortion. The establishment of the infrastructure, the Council for the Protection of Infrastructure. Yes, the council is there, and the people that are sitting in that council is actually the division that is responsible for the protection and security services that are forming part of that structure. The collaboration, I think the minister has spoken to it, but we also have a communication subcommittee where we are involving all the stakeholders that are sitting in this forum to create awarenesses, whether electronically, whether when we're having the in-business, so that we can be able to increase more awarenesses to our community, and also for them to be able to take responsibility in terms of what is happening in the county around the damage of our infrastructure. Then how do we deal with the scrap metals as well as the recycling dealers who are not complying? Just to indicate that in terms of the act, if there is any person who has been convicted, a scrap dealer who has been convicted of a criminal offense where dishonesty is an element, e.g. it could be maybe where there is a case of theft where he was found guilty, then we close that scrap metal or we close that recycler. And then on the issue of the investigation, if we are busy with a big investigation or any investigation against such person who is a scrap metal dealer or a recycler, we have the right to close that shop for a period of 7 days while we are busy conducting the investigation in that regard. And we also have a good working relationship. We have a second-hand dealers forum where the various association, which includes the recyclers as well as the scrap metals, are also forming part to be able to ensure that there is compliance at all times. This is also coupled with the compliance inspections that we are conducting. The issue around the international benchmarking, this was also discussed in another forum where the Department of Trade and Industry is taking a lead. They are currently busy with the process of reviewing or amending the Second-Hand Goods Act and also separating the scrap metal from the second-hand goods so that we can have a scrap metal act separate. So the process in terms of the amendment, in terms of the legislation is currently underway, of which the DTI is responsible for it. The specialized unit, as I've indicated, we are currently having the task teams that are operating at all levels. which is currently at provincial and district as well as the station. So they're covering all the aspects relating to the infrastructure. What else am I leaving? Multidisciplinary. Or the replacement, I don't think I'll be able to talk to it, but what we know, there was a company that actually had a product where they were talking about the replacement of copper, I think, but the relevant department will be able to take it further in terms of whether we can replace or not. And the illicit mining issue is receiving an attention. There's a lot of crime combating operations that have been conducted, have been currently underway. Maybe just to mention few, we have one in Limpopo, we have one in Mpumalanga, we have two in Gauteng, we also have two in Northwest, and we have one in Free State. So there are projects that have been registered from the organized crime point of view. We know the projects, they take long, but we are encouraged by the takedowns that are currently underway, that the project will be able to give us a good result in terms of us being able to deal with the kingpins. The National Key Point is actually replaced by the Critical Infrastructure Act. The Critical Infrastructure Act then is the one that I spoke to, that the division, which is Protection and Security Services, is actually responsible for that, and they are sitting in that forum. The gazetting, the copper cable thing, I think the DTI, or the export of copper cable, the ITEC, which is actually responsible for the exporting of the copper, they are currently reviewing their act to be able to amend in terms of the exporting thereof. So I think through the Department of Trade and Industry, they can be able to share a light in terms of how far they are with the amendment. And however, we are in the process of amending or also adding in terms of the fines, especially for the Second-Hand Goods Act. When it's amended, we also raise an issue of maybe increasing the fines so that we can be able to use it as a deterrent in terms of the crimes that are actually challenging this country. So that is in short in terms of what I have in front of me. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, General Mamoteti. I'll now take this opportunity, give it to the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dilil.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Can I get permission to keep my video of my network is a bit unstable this morning?
It's fine and it's proper because we even have the picture, so we know who's talking.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start with the scrap metal policy that is being raised by a number of members, Dango, Labuskaghni and others, and also Honorable Boshoff. Members will recall that there is a draft scrap metal policy proposal which intends to eventually ban cash sales in scrap, and that would allow government to trace the transactions, to make it harder for criminals to hold and sell stolen cable, copper cable, and scrap metal. So that is in the Department of Minister Patel, DTIC, and I think he has briefed, or there was a debate in Parliament about the new draft scrap metal policy, including the non-ferrous legislation that Honorable Boshoff raised, that will also be with the DTIC. And then General Marupeng did answer some of the scrap metal issues. If I can return to some of the other questions, community facilities for protection. The protection of community services and infrastructure is shared by the three spheres of government, depending on the ownership. If the ownership is with local government, it's their responsibility, or provincial government. or national government. In terms of the restoration and our interaction with other departments, yes, we have launched the refurbish, operate and transfer concept together with the private sector to help government to restore and refurbish old buildings that can then be used for government facilities. And we have started with 5 buildings in Tshwane to do the proof of concept to get the help of the private sector in to assist us with these old buildings. And so while we are busy with the proof of concept on 5 buildings in Tshwane, we are in the process of packaging another 200 buildings that we also want to put out to the market and the private sector to assist us. The Interministerial Committee announced by the President has been established, and the security plan to protect infrastructure is dealt with by the security cluster, and we meet regularly to get some updates from all the departments about security around infrastructure. And the question that whether the power should be devolved, there's no need to devolve the power to protect infrastructure. The responsibility is with each and every sphere of government to protect their infrastructure and property. Just on the vacant properties that is left after the tenants have left, in many cases, there is a problem on the sides of public works to make and put measures in place before the tenant actually vacate the property. We're not always getting it right there, but in most instances, we rely on private security companies to assist us to protect the property. Also at great cost, whilst we are going through the normal procurement procedures to re-advertise those buildings and put them out to the market. Destruction of properties, again, with the destruction of properties, it is the different spheres of government to deal with the protection and the rebuilding of those of that infrastructure. But in the July protests, we had no report of any damage to buildings belonging to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. But I am aware that some provincial government buildings were affected, and also some COCTA buildings that were affected during the July unrest. The issue of interacting with the United Kingdom, I want to inform members that we have got a memorandum of agreement with the UK Infrastructure Authority. We have extended the memorandum of agreement just in May of this year, and certainly we will raise, and we have discussed how they are dealing with the protection of infrastructure. So it's part of the interaction between ourselves and the UK Infrastructure Authority. When contractors leave projects unfinished, it becomes a major problem. Sometimes we don't even know that they have left the site. And so what we've introduced into the department is contract management to make sure that we give KPIs to the contractors, that we don't give all the money up front to the contractors to deliver on those KPIs before we release another tranche. But in the case of Limpopo, if I can get the details of that property from the honorable member, I will come back and give her further details. But again, here we rely on private security companies to assist us. Honorable Chairperson, my iPad didn't work on So I didn't get the translation from Honorable Latuli and Honorable Matsumai. And if they could maybe write to me with those questions, I can answer it. Or if they are prepared to interpret, then I can certainly attempt to answer that. Honorable members asked for a list of the national key points. I don't have it with me, but I can certainly provide that list of what buildings have been classified as national key points. In terms of the construction mafia, well, it is difficult to find the proof, but there are allegations sometimes that people within departments are working with the construction mafia. And where these allegations surface, and we do investigate those allegations if there are any person within the department that have or are involved with the construction mafia. In terms of the lifestyle orders, we have completed lifestyle orders in the department. There are 4 people that have still not submitted all the information. They've submitted some information, but some information is outstanding. And we have given them a reasonable time to come up with the information. If not, there will certainly be consequence management. The issue of the ban of the export of scrap metal, I've dealt with this. Now, what is the scale of this destruction of community centers and community facilities? I have not, Public Works and Infrastructure have not done an audit nationally of that. I think when we come later on in the day to the MECs will be able to give us information of community facilities that were destroyed during the protests. In terms of protecting of the critical infrastructure, there I can confirm that the Minister of Police have established the task team as prescribed in the Critical Infrastructure Act, and some meetings have taken place. And we do have joint teams with the police that are working with the police infrastructure task teams. Like I've given earlier on the example of Salvakop in Tshwane. There, every morning, the police arrive at the site. They check that there's no interferences. At the end of the day, the police will come back. So the police, together with the community, they have the numbers of the police. If they notice anything during the night or in the morning, they report it to the police. So I must really commend the police for the role that they are playing in working with us and the community to protect infrastructure. So the joint task teams and who staff them, it's a combination of stakeholders on these task teams, the communities, the department, the law enforcement agencies. So I can certainly get more details and providing the terms of reference with which these structures operate, Chairperson. If there's anything that I've left out, members, I've been writing profusely here, but if there's anything that I've left out, Minister, Chairperson, the members, honorable members can please write to me and I will respond to them. Thank you very, very much.
Honorable Minister, maybe I can assist with the one of Honorable Matebula and Honorable Motsamai. It was a linked question. Honorable, not Matebula, Tuli. Honorable Tuli was raising the challenge of vandalism on state properties that will be left for some time without some people occupying. And Honorable Motsamai took it further to say sometimes you'll have wrong people that will take advantage because they see a property of a state and then they'll end up staying there without them paying rent, and they will end up not even taking care of that property. So that was the essence of both questions of Luthuli and Motsamai, Honorable Minister.
Thank you for your assistance. Yes, we now do have a list of properties that are illegally occupied across the country. We have shared the list with the police, where we have asked the police for their assistance in getting some of these people out of the properties, but there are thousands of these properties. And that is why we've also called in the help of the SIU. And the SIU tribunal has already dealt with 3 cases where we are trying to get back the property of the state. In other instances, we only rely on the protection by private security companies. And I do get help from many of the honorable members that will write to us and tell us in which areas these properties are and what is the state of the properties, which is also very helpful when members do their constituency work to inform us about the state of these properties. Just this past weekend, I was in Marion Hill with the Minister of Police, where we've also looked at vandalized properties, poor maintenance by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And we have put plans together to upgrade those properties. So if members can alert us to where some of these problem buildings are, we always appreciate that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Dilil. I can safely confirm that indeed we are taking the questions as I was doing the same, and I've realized that we have covered all the questions, and anything outside what we have touched might necessitate something that will be in writing. But of course, we are quite correct that in the afternoon, we'll have provincial MECs and SALGA representative dealing with the provincial and municipal measures to mitigate against the destruction, theft, and vandalism of public property and community facilities. And it will be a reflection of taking it further to what is happening in different provinces and municipalities. And once again, thanks a lot, Minister, for that detailed response, and DM and General Mamoteti. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, MECs, special delegates, we are deciding that we'll have this break now, and strictly 12:30 will resume. Members are advised not to log out. If you log out, you can still log in, but we're strictly starting at 12:30, and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Dr. Masondo, will be sharing the session when our MECs from our respective provinces and the SALGA representative will be doing their presentation. Let's have the break now for the strictly 30 minutes as planned, and we'll be back at 12:30, and that will make us to finish 30 minutes earlier than the original program. Thank you. Let's have the break.
Thank you, House Chair.
Recording stopped.
Siyabonga.
Siyabonga.
I'm a Taliban.
Ah, you starting something now, Seleku?
I'm greeting Chief Whip.
Good morning. Good day.
speaker again when I
Got it, Ambassador.
Thank you.
MEC Koloi, I think we're very good. Thank you so much. Looking very beautiful. Thank you. Good day, MBC in Kopania in Janima. You're looking very good. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We are about to begin.
Recording in progress.
We're about to begin. So I'll ask the people who are supposed to speak to be ready. We'll start with the MEC and NCOP from the Eastern Cape, and then we'll move on in the order specified in the program. So we'll start with Nkopane, followed by Koloi, followed by Masaba, KZN, followed by Rakwale, Mpopo, followed by Emndro Malanga, followed by OS Mulapisi, followed by Makatom, followed by Simas, and ultimately we'll end with Councillor J. Naidu, the Salga delegate. So we'll start with the MECs and end with the Salga. Honorable MEC Nkopane from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you.
Just to say, just one more time, that it's 10 minutes per MEC in terms of the time allocated. It's 10 minutes. So I'll really urge people to start with the most important points, so that when I cut you, there must be no complaint. At least we shall have been able to say all the important things that you thought needed to be said. So, MEC, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, the House Chair, Honorable Nyambi, the Minister for Public Works and Infrastructure, the Deputy Minister of Police, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Mohai, my colleagues, the MECs from all provinces, Salga delegates, good afternoon. Honorable Chair, my presentation covers on the table of contents, the background, the security management, strategic and operational plan, Operation Bring Back campaign, provincial bid book, disposal plan, dilapidated properties, vandalism on provincial property portfolio. The Premier of the province in the Eastern Cape assigned the custodianship of all immovable assets provincially owned to the MEC responsible for public works and infrastructure, in line with the Section 4, subsection 1C of the Government Immovable Assets Management Act, number 19 of 2007. As the custodian of all immovable assets, it has the following obligations: acts as caretaker of all immovable assets in line with the Eastern Cape State Land Disposal Act, acquire, manage, and dispose of all immovable assets as required. Assign an immovable asset to a user department for the performance of their individual assigned services and functions. It also expected that the user and custodian secures all movable and immovable assets, whether in use or not. Security management. strategic and operational plan. The security management strategy is informed by the role of the Department of Public Works as the custodian of all provincial state-owned immovable assets as outlined in the GIAMA. This involves the security of state immovable property against any potential and existing threats such as land invasion, illegal occupation, encroachment, etc. In line with the criteria, Infrastructure Protection Act number 8 of 2019, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will identify and declare critical infrastructure and to provide measures to be put in place for the protection and safeguarding and resilience of critical infrastructure. The regulations in terms of above act is currently being compiled. After approval thereof, the act will be implemented by departments. Then the department is currently providing physical security to 161 facilities across the province. The department provides, as and when, security for emergency response on properties at risk of invasion. Operation Bring Back campaign, I'll not get to it deeply as I have prepared because our minister has deliberated on the OBB. But furthermore, the department in the Eastern Cape looked at the review of the national department where the report was stating that 23,703 possible cases were listed and 1,555 of those cases related to the province of the Eastern Cape. And they were found to be land administration related. The department is currently dealing with the final review of the cases, and there are currently 4 active cases in Hamburg, in Jeffreys Bay, in Jopetina, and Bedford. There's also a provincial bid book that we developed as the province as a response to the policy speech of the department on the financial year 2022-23 to implement the departmental enhanced revenue management. So I will not read, but there's a long-term listing of emerging developers and other new entrants in the property sector to achieve the following objectives. 1, to give effect to the property transformation charter, to enhance revenue generation, to revitalize small towns in the province through development of new facilities. Then the proposals on the disposal of facilities, the long term, the short term, as well as the residential leases are put in place. Then now we have the unused, unutilized buildings, and we have done the audit in each and every district that is in the region of Alfred Nzo, Amatole, Buffalo City, Chris Hani, Joe Gabi, Nelson Mandela Bay, Metro, OR Tambo, and Sarah Bartman. So we have a total number of properties in our bid book as 195 properties, and the extent is the 576,000 hectares. The value, the current recorded value is 202.9 million. Despite the challenges experienced today, the department has awarded a number of long-term and short-term properties in order to fulfill the overall revenue strategy as outlined above. Now, in cases of vandalism, on the provincial property portfolio. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure conducts assessments, as I have mentioned earlier on, to determine properties with high, medium, and low risk. These risks include invasion, vandalism, and hijacking. The department has procured, as and when required, security contracts for emergency response. A total of 332 illegally occupied properties have been handed over for legal investigation and possible eviction. The court has ruled in favor of the department in its 26 July 2022 full bench sitting to evict illegal occupants. The department is also conducting land audits to determine other possible threats such as encroachments and illegal occupation. Then we have established land forums in all the districts. The land forums have been established between the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, municipalities, and other departments, where issues of illegal invasion, vandalism, etc., is discussed and referred for legal intervention. Then the department is also in the process of disposing its superfluous property portfolio. Chair, the Department of Public Works is working with the other departments in the province to ensure that all the possible invasions and vandalism on critical infrastructure are early detected, and while compiling these regulations, the province and the department at large, so the provincial government with the department leading, there's a provincial security forum on the possibility of command center that will be held and host the electronic surveillance system. Then the broadening of the land forum that I've mentioned earlier on includes the community activists, community policing forums, NGOs, traditional leaders, SAPs, Department of Education, and other patriotic parties that are looking at further strengthening the protection of all our provincial-owned infrastructure. Chair, we have flagship programs in the province to fight poverty, unemployment, isolation, especially for those people that feel they are neglected and will eventually suffer from depression. And our aim is to work with these people to ensure that the infrastructure is secured and vandalism is prevented. We have the Artisans program, where we train young people on critical skills for the maintenance of the identified infrastructure that needs attention. We also have the war veterans initiatives as physical security companies that are owned by war veterans and also war veterans in construction. We are in the process of registering them so that we have a database to ensure that there's a percentage that is always allocated to war veterans when we allocate our infrastructure implementation bids. Then also we have the SMME development and support program to ensure that our SMMEs are trained to give and ensure that the services that they provide to the department are of very high standards, and Ishabi work is always fought against. Also, the cabinet Lekgotla that set last week resolved on strengthening the district development model. And there are MECs that are deployed as champions in all the districts and regions of the Eastern Cape to ensure effective public participation to eliminate
I'm sure we can rely on you. and to ensure discipline. So, siyacela-ke, Honorable Member of Parliament, please ensure that whatever happens there does not disturb the program. Please desist. And it's not just Ndongeni, everyone else must do the same. Honorable NCOP, why don't we ask you to, in conclusion,
Yes, Chair.
say a
Thank
word or two.
As I conclude, Chair, I was saying the MECs are deployed to all the regions as champions, DDM champions, to ensure effective public participation to eliminate white or black elephants by ensuring that during project planning stages and also during the implementation stages, the PLOs, that is parliamentary liaison officers, community liaison officers, the project steering committees and CLOs are capacitated to strengthen the local ambassadors, that is the communities, to decolonize our communities. Bangasoloko becinga into yokuba yonke infrastructure ekhona yaye yabacinezeli. They must know that it's established kusetyenziswa irhafu zabantu. Also build ownership and patriotism to our communities, respect public property and critical infrastructure. Further, EIGR and donations, working with the Department of Social Development, the women's caucuses and municipalities and the legislature, SAPs and other departments is coordinated to ensure that unused and deserted buildings that hibernate the criminals are safe, and there's also an offer of safe houses for DBV survivors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Koloi. Koloi is from the Free State. Rana Koloi or Mel Koloi?
Thank you very much, the chairperson of NCOP, the House Chair, the Chief Whip of NCOP, Minister of Public Works, ministers that are here, deputy ministers that are also here, special delegates, permanent delegates, my colleagues who are MECs, SALGA delegates. Chair, the Free State provincial government has experienced vandalism of government properties that are no longer in use over the couple of years. In recent times, the department is experiencing theft of copper and other materials in buildings that are currently in use. A number of arrests, including that of officials of government involved, have been made by SAPs through the assistance of both in-house and private security. Now, Honorable Chair, under the root causes, vandalism took place over a number of years as a result of properties that were vacated by user departments due to lack of maintenance. Even though Public Works is the custodian of immovable assets in the province, the budget thereof of maintenance and the rollout of maintenance is the responsibility of user departments in line with EXCO decision in our province. Inability of the users to repair and maintain properties has led to Department of Labor issuing contravention notices and subsequent closure of buildings. The users were provided with alternative accommodation in the form of leased buildings for their operations. The government, however, take note of a lot of money, Honorable Chair, in spending on guarding vacant properties to minimize this vandalism. The following interventions, Honorable Chair, were introduced in 2021-2022 financial year and are being implemented. Identification of dilapidated buildings that will be refurbished by Public Works for office accommodation. Identification of vandalized buildings that will be refurbished for revenue generation. Identification of office accommodation leases that will be terminated, mainly leases that were on month to month, and the occupants to be moved to refurbished state-owned properties. Identification of superfluous assets for disposal. User departments that were issued with contravention notices due to lack of maintenance are no longer provided with alternative office accommodation. Instead, Honorable Chair, they are forced to refurbish these buildings and to provide security during the periods that the buildings are unoccupied. I would just like to put forth some examples of vandalized government buildings in Free State. Vandalized prefab structures behind the National Hospital. The department thereof, Chair, will demolish the structures and lease the vacant land as it has proven to be prime. The cost of the damage has not been quantified. Tender documents are being prepared for demolition and release, which means it's going to be a long-term release. National Department of Public Works has also shown interest of leasing this facility as government garage, of which this building is called a warehouse in Bethlehem. The property is not in a good condition. The department is busy with conditional assessment to determine the refurbishment cost. Refurbishment will be done in the financial year 2023-2024. Another building, which is a challenge again, it is all HIV/AIDS in Putadichaba. The property is situated in Putadichaba and is ideally located for service delivery because it is in the heart of the community. The department has therefore approached SASSA to lease the property. SASSA, Honorable Chair, has committed to refurbish the property and to continue with maintenance thereafter. The other building in the Free State is Old Clayky Hostel in Friede. This building was utilized by the Department of Education. Unfortunately, the property was vandalized. Department of Education was therefore forced to refurbish the building. Friede is a small town, Honorable Chair, in the eastern part of the Free State with limited office accommodation. The Department of Social Development and SASSA have shown interest to use this property. Tusanom building is also situated in Bloemfontein, and this is one of the biggest buildings in the Free State. The building was occupied by SASSA and was closed by labor due to occupational health and safety issues. Heavy vandalism, Honorable Chair, took place in 2018 and 2019. Despite the presence of security at the premises, the building is being refurbished as we are sitting here today at the cost of 92 million. Copter and traditional leaders will move into this building in October 2023, and a leased building accommodating Copter that is currently on month to month will then be terminated by Public Works. We're having another building here, which is Tireleso building in the same area of Bloemfontein, Honorable Chair. The building was left vacant by the Department of Social Development due to lack of maintenance. Alternative building is leased at 278,000 per month up to December 2022. The building is being refurbished in 2 phases. That is, the first phase, 16 million, which is 95% complete. Phase 2, 80 million, which is 54% complete. We are also having another building here, which is called Old Kopano Nurses Home, but it is situated in the district of in Velcom. The building is vacant and vandalized. It will be refurbished and leased out to Central University of Technology for use as student accommodation. And it will accommodate 180 rooms. Refurbishment costs are estimated at 25 million. And we had get into an agreement with Central University of Technology with regard to that accommodation list. The other building is All Nurses Home in Bloemfontein. Honorable Chair, this building is vandalized. Business plan has been submitted to Infrastructure South Africa for funding. Central University of Free State has shown interest again in the building for use and student accommodation. We'll be able to accommodate our students in for us to generate revenue as public works in the Free State. Now, in conclusion, Honorable Chair, 19 million savings will be realized by terminating month-to-month leases and moving client departments to refurbish state-owned properties in 2022-23, 4.2 million in 2023-24, and 10.4 million in 2024-25. Public Works will continue to refurbish buildings and move client departments from leased buildings to state-owned properties. Other buildings will be refurbished for rental to National Department of Public Works, for SASSA and other client departments. Identified superfluous buildings will be disposed through leases, including build, operate, transfer, Honorable Chair, outright sale and refurbish, operate, transfer models. The user departments that are issued with contravention notices due to lack of maintenance are no longer provided with alternative office accommodation. Instead, they are forced to refurbish these buildings and to provide security during the period that these buildings are unoccupied. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I think that was very exemplary. If the other MECs can try and do the same thing in terms of timekeeping. And please start with the most important issue that we want to raise. We'll now move on to KZN. Honorable Masaba. Masaba from KZN. Yeah, we'll pass Masaba and move on to Honorable Rahwale Mpopo.
The chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dilil, the Police Deputy Minister, Honorable Matali, MECs who have joined, honorable members, and all protocol observed. It is my pleasure to be part of the today's National Council of Provinces Ministerial briefing session. Limpopo Province is also not spared from the challenges of theft, vandalism, and destruction of public property. These incidents go against the province endeavors to deliver the much needed services to our people. Vandalism, theft, and destruction of infrastructure also cripples the economic activities, and therefore we appreciate this platform to talk to these issues as well as have a role to play to stop the destruction of infrastructure. As a custodian of all public properties in Limpopo, we have 1,600 properties in our 5 districts, and as per provincial immovable asset register. In response to the destruction of the province infrastructure, the Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure has introduced interventions to strengthen security for public assets. The interventions include, amongst others, the utilization of physical security personnel to safeguard our properties, beefing up fencing and use of palisade walls on identified buildings. Allow me to also highlight some of the challenges that we are faced with as and when we attempt to ensure that our properties are protected at all material times. Firstly, not all government properties that are under the custodianship of department are safeguarded. This is as a result of insufficient physical security deployed to safeguard government properties due to budgetary constraints. One other worrying factor is that vandalism is still experienced even where physical security is deployed. We have also witnessed some incidents where protesting community members will be protesting against lack of particular service, and they turn their anger and frustrations toward the destruction of public property. Invasion and illegal occupation of state land, as well as illegal occupation of buildings, are also challenges that we are experiencing in the Capricorn and the Mopani district. We have about 17 houses that have been illegally occupied in the Capricorn district and 3 sites that have been invaded in Guyana Mopani district. Our legal unit has already started engagements with the people who have occupied these properties legally before we take these matters to court to apply for eviction orders. In the Sekhukhune district, we also lost a few yellow fleets in the hands of criminals, as these heavy machines do not have tracking devices. There is indeed a risk pertaining to theft of plant and equipment. Although we obtained an approval to can utilize RT46 existing transversal contract on tracker, we are unable to implement it due to the non-availability of budget. We also believe that certain sections in the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which came into effect at the end of April 2022, will assist us in further protecting critical infrastructure. We believe that the delivery of quality services must start with the full protection of our assets. While government continues in its endeavors to safeguard its assets, we also come up with awareness campaigns to conscientize members of the public about the negative effects of destruction of public property. Our people must be encouraged to play their part in protecting their infrastructure. We also have identified measures that need to be deployed in mitigating these challenges. Increasing the number of physical security personnel to safeguard government properties can assist in a great deal. Installation of high mast lights in government complexes also is one of those. We also, my apologies, we must also strengthen our contract management strategies to make sure that we enforce the terms and conditions of the security. The contracts entered into between ourselves and the security, because it's unacceptable to still find criminal activities happening in buildings that have security guards. In some areas, we should be able to involve community members in safeguarding government properties through expanded public works programs, and even appoint caretakers who will oversee the running of these facilities. We have further identified the disposal of some utilized redundant properties as one of these measures that might assist in this situation. The appointment of sufficient personnel to conduct physical verification of immovable assets will also assist to take stock and check the condition of our immovable asset, ensuring that there are service level agreements with all the departments. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we also request the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to transfer all unused properties within the province to the Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We will, without any waste of time, move on to the next MEC. MEC Mandla.
Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable N.A. Masondo, I am still new. It may happen that I am not going to meet your expectation, but you must bear with me. Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Mohai, House Chairperson, Honorable Nyambi, and Honorable W. Ngwenya, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Delili, Deputy Minister, Honorable C. Matali, Honorable members of the NCOP, MECs from our 9 provinces, I greet you all. Honorable Chairperson, human development is in the center of our developmental agenda. Without infrastructural development, there is no human development. No economic activities will take place. Mpumalanga is a tourism, mining, and agricultural province. All these economic activities rely on infrastructure development. Our program on infrastructural development is derailed by the purposive and unconscious destruction and vandalism of the people's properties, theft or filch of our valuable asset. Sometimes when people are angry because of lack of valuable assets or service, they destroy other service or valuable assets to pressurize government to respond to their demand. People convince themselves that government only respond when there is a smoke. Communities should know that when government implements projects on their areas, people who stand to benefit from the project are the donors, not the government, are the donors or the funders of this project. We have to build their conscience to understand that they are destroying their own assets. They vandalize their own valuable items. They steal their own precious items. Criminals have realized that government has declared war on criminal activities. Now they have resorted to easy targets, that is to hijack government's projects. Sometimes they are disguising as a demand for 30%, which is a noble government program. We must declare war on these new criminal activities. We have already engaged with the Department of Safety and Security. We are taking the fight to these criminals. Honorable Chairperson, the effective protection of our infrastructure facilities is a panacea to nation's security, economic vitality, public infrastructure, health, and safety. The central goal in effective protection of critical infrastructural facility is therefore to secure, prevent, neutralize, or mitigate the effects of accidental or deliberate efforts by criminals to destroy, incapacitate, or exploit people's facilities. When our infrastructural facilities are safe and effective, then development is assured. Mpumalanga provincial government has a total asset portfolio of 4,266 under the custodianship of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. The department must therefore introduce intervention to strengthen security for public assets. Amongst others, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport has embarked on a multidisciplinary security interventions, which includes the following: innovative infrastructure design approach that improves safety and resilience of our infrastructure to deter vandalism. Improve and visible security features through permanent and temporary surveillance and responses based on thorough risk assessment and classifications of risk-prone public properties and infrastructure. In instances where infrastructure has been damaged, replacement should be followed within a reasonable period to avoid further damages and keep facilities in usable condition. Planning for security installation as part of project implementation, integration of mitigation efforts with security clusters and law enforcement agencies with a focus on crime intelligence and prevention of vandalism as opposed to reactive measures. This could be an integrated effort with the involvement of public, private, and community safety structures. Ensure risk transfer through ensuring of critical infrastructure, keep communities well informed of government programs, and sustain their involvement on project implementation. We must improve continuous community engagement. Eviction of illegal tenants where government properties have been hijacked are instituted in the province through the Office of the State Attorney. Unused government properties should be first afforded to other spheres of government before they are disposed to members of the public. Disposal of state houses which people have been occupying legally or illegally should be sold first, preference to be given to the current occupants if they meet their requirements. Honorable Chairperson, availability of critical infrastructure for public usage is liable to natural and man-made attacks. All people must be cognizant that critical infrastructure is needed for our daily necessity. For our people to succeed, we have to roll up our sleeve and protect our infrastructure. Vandalism, theft, and destruction of infrastructure cripple our economic activity in the country. Therefore, I call upon all of us to play our role and stop the destruction of our infrastructure and build the economy of our country. Infrastructure is central to South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan in order to achieve a fundamental shift in our economy. I said the donors of infrastructure development are the people themselves. I'm asking myself if it is normal for people to destroy their own asset. Is it possible? Are we not our own devils? Are we not driving ourselves out of Eden? Maybe the time has arrived for us to emulate good practice by ZANU-PF of Zimbabwe and the advice that they given to ANC on our party-to-party engagement, that when people destroy their own properties, to put pressure on government to meet their demands. Even if we accede as government to the demand of the people, but government should repair the damage last. We should not prioritize people that have destroyed their own property. There are so many communities that are waiting for the very same asset that has been destroyed because people wanted to create a smoke, because they lie to themselves and they believe their own lies that will only respond if there is a smoke. Honorable Chairperson, government must be steadfast and focus on taking decisive steps to safeguard our democracy, protect our economic infrastructure, and build safer communities for all. While government continue in its endeavor to safeguard our assets, we call upon community members to play their part in protecting our infrastructure and report acts of destructions of properties. In light of the country's economic recovery and reconstruction plan and the progress the country is making in securing investment, communities must work with our SAPs to report any incident or suspicion of criminal acts against infrastructure. Let's protect our own assets. It is everybody's business to prioritize protecting our assets. We are not going to surrender this country to mafias. This is South Africa, not Russia, where Russian mafias are in charge, or Italy, where Italian mafias still have a significant influence. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We will go back to KwaZulu Natal. MEC Mahlaba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me try and open the video. I was, I hope I'm visible, Chairperson.
You're not visible. Please proceed. Time is running against us.
Yeah, no, my apologies. I had to go to, because I have a stomach problem, to attend to that. And greetings to you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and all other members. One, I want to record my
we know that a mistake has already occurred, so we don't have to sit on that and dwell on that too much. Let's please start with the most important points. So that when I stop you, at least we have covered considerable ground.
Honorable Chairperson, KwaZulu Natal Public Works has approximately 11,567 immovable assets, which relates to facilities, basically, in multiple land parcels.
Please speak to the mic and be a bit slow when you speak, but let's hear your voice. Be a bit louder.
Okay, my apologies, Chairperson. This is my normal voice, but I will try and raise it. We have about 11,576 immovable assets, which relates to facilities on singly and immovable assets, which relates to facilities on and multiple land parcels in the immovable asset register system. Estimated value is 20.3 billion. The immovable asset register consists of various types of facilities: education, health, transport, agriculture, vacant land, and also land that belong to Department of Arts and Culture because of the nature of our monarch here in KZN. The different uses in terms of their service delivery mandate, changes time and again. Also consists of various land ownership located to different types of settlements throughout the province. I will move to challenges. The province has experienced some challenges in respect of illegal occupation of public infrastructure. I hope I'm still audible, Jefferson.
Yes, yes, I can hear you, but keep on trying and raise your voice and so on. But time is ticking on, so don't have much time on your side.
Illegal occupation of public land infrastructure, which includes, amongst others, hijacking of state properties, encroachment, illegal sale of state land, illegal occupation of state houses, has forced the Department of Food and Water bills incurred within its properties, and in terms of municipal bylaws, the owner of the facility is liable for the debt. The province is currently rebuilding and addressing massive destruction of properties were negatively impacted by July 2021 unrest, April 2022 flood victims. Now, we, over and above the July 2021 unrest, KZN infrastructure was heavily damaged by floods. As I said, departments like sports, recreation, arts and culture, education, human settlement, transport being the most affected, and transport, as I said, being the most affected. The budget to attend and repair to damages is estimated at 5.5 billion. With the Department of Transport, Human Settlement significantly affected. I must say, Jefferson, we've tried our level best to make sure that our people's lives are restored back to their normal lives. We have been working 24/7 to make sure that we put them in very human conditions. Just this weekend, we've moved about 871 families to live in very habitable conditions. Assessment has been completed, and projects are at various stages by relevant implementing agents with regard to revitalizations of infrastructure. Measures to address the challenges. Chairperson, the province is ensuring that public properties are secured through provision of security personnel to safeguard theft and illegal occupation. In cases legacy hostage properties occurred, the province worked with the law enforcement agencies to make sure that that is sorted. Furthermore, the province is embarking on a different disposal strategies, such as where there is no long-term need of the property that is utilized or underutilized. The province is changing to repurpose this by either selling or leasing or renewing will be generated accordingly. In instances where immovable assets are no longer required, we try by all means to sell those open markets where bidding processes clearly indicates the targeted groups objectives of the bid as indicated are no longer applicable.
As you conclude the Masaba,
Please. Yes, as I conclude, Chairperson, honorable members, as I conclude, it is worth noting that despite these challenges, the government of the day, the African National Congress, which has deployed me, has remained resolute and steadfast in making sure that we are committed of building a capable state of creating competitive business, a fair environment. By the way, in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Chair, before I conclude, the property ownership has only been in the hands of the other races. Africans have been excluded. And as we move forward, one of our visions was to make sure that we make it part of our plan, that we include them in terms of the ownership of the property, eliminate inequalities, disparities in forward planning for infrastructure. Therefore, planned capacity where previous white areas have planned capacity for the next 50 years, and black areas do not have adequate capacity to cope with current demand for infrastructure.
How long does
I thank you.
conclude?
Well, thank you very much.
That's the ANC's finest.
We will now
Head of the state.
proceed to Northwest. Honorable Mlapisi. Honorable Mlapisi. Northwest. We will proceed to the Northern Cape. Honorable Makato.
This is just not on.
We'll proceed to Honorable Makato. Northern Cape. We'll pass Honorable Makato and move to the Western Cape. Honorable Simmers.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Delo, Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, all members of the NCOP present, fellow MECs, and representatives of SALGA, but also our viewers across the country at large. Honorable Chairperson, it is said that you have to stay true to your heritage, because that is ultimately what your brand is about. And I do welcome today's briefing session where we will actually focus on the scale and impact of the destruction, theft, and vandalism of public property and community facilities. And the question I first pose as part of this is this the brand which we ultimately want to be known for as a country? Honorable Chairperson, obviously we have seen to a big extent in terms of transport and public works as a provincial department, land invasion being the biggest threat that we have had to face as a major challenge over the last while, more so in terms of our immovable asset portfolio. We have seen 11 properties that were unlawfully occupied. 2 of these are land parcels which we had started doing improvements on for the benefit of the public, but also of the targeted beneficiary communities, and also the invasion of 9 vacant land parcels. There are currently also 15 land parcels which we are busy improving, but that have also been subject to vandalism. And this, Honorable House Chairperson, excludes schools that are being vandalized during the school holiday periods. And also that we are currently also budgeting in terms of the security to prevent all of these from happening for the cycle of 2022-2023, a budget of 91.247 million rand, money that could otherwise have been spent on enhancing the quality of our people's lives, to enhance the heritage of that communities, and to enhance the brand for which this country could be known for. But Honorable House Chairperson, the devil is in the detail in the numbers I've just quoted to you, and I will unpack them for our members to understand. In terms of delayed infrastructure delivery, which we have seen in the impact of invasions, the impact of vandalism, but also something the National Minister touched on during her briefing earlier this morning, the issue of organized syndicates on our projects across the Western Cape. 2 schools, Honorable Chairperson, in Cathkin and Wonderland could have been completed by now. Sadly, it has been delayed. A clinic in Maitland has been delayed. We have seen no less than 2 hospitals that we've been upgrading, one of them in the same area of Wonderland. We have also seen various properties in the custodianship of public works in the Western Cape being invaded, and thus preventing our vision of expanding affordable housing opportunities, amongst others, in the inner city of the city of Cape Town. This is the Allan Bowden site, the Grassy Park site, and also the Paul Nursery site. But I think, Honorable House Chairperson, the biggest scale of invasion which we've seen in one instance on one specific site is Drift Sands, which was formerly a provincial nature reserve, which as the Western Cape government, we have deproclaimed as such because the extent of the invasion is now well over 5,800 structures, meaning almost over 30,000 people are now occupying land, which was ultimately zoned as a nature reserve for our future to see what this province has in terms of biodiversity. But we've also seen the vandalism of vacant properties that could have been utilized in the interest of the same community within which these invasions occurred. These range from areas such as Stows River, in Oudtshoorn, a former hostel, which we had earmarked for specific communal use, and also the Robbie Neural Clinic, which the provincial government earmarked as a GBV site to protect our women, sadly invaded and vandalized, Honorable House Chairperson. But House Chairperson, the extent of the damage that has been done to our road infrastructure speaks volumes because of the number of illegal protest actions, more so because it covers the network that belongs to the national department, the provincial department, also to the various municipalities. But the biggest brunt of these protest actions occur within the jurisdiction of our metro area. The replacement costs, the repair cost to the road surfaces averages between 100,000 to 300,000 per damage that has occurred on that specific piece of road. Honorable Chairperson, just to give an indication of the scale that we've had to deal with since 2019, we have had to deal with well over 1,086 invasion attempts. Close to half of those invasion attempts were preceded by protest actions on these services which I've just referred to. So if you quantify that by the cost to do damage repairs or to possibly replace the damage, you will see it becomes an exorbitant amount. Honorable House Chairperson, but the extent of that also opens up this provincial government, also possibly national government, from an infrastructure perspective in terms of roads, to future possible litigation because road safety is compromised. The claims will be against all levels of the state where relevant, because the road services are not safe where it's not possible for us to repair because it does not belong to the provincial government. But it's one thing to unpack the devil in the detail, Honorable House Chairperson. As a provincial government, we believe in finding mitigating measures to deal with these issues. But in terms of the Department of Transport and Public Works in the Western Cape, we also take a whole of government approach. So in our instances, together with the Department of Local Government and in collaboration with SALGA, who are present here today, we have developed 3 core documents which we see is being implemented as a learning school, not only at local government level, but also together with us as the provincial government. Firstly, we developed a procedural manual which includes a step-by-step guide for local government, which focuses together with SAPS on an SOP to prevent land invasions, but also how to deal with evictions. We have seen the document unpacking further how to deal with the planning and environmental regulatory mechanisms to respond to rapid urbanization. We've also crafted, emanating from that procedural manual, a protocol document or framework to guide cross-boundary cooperation between municipalities, as some of these land invasions occur across multi municipal jurisdictions at the moment. But also we've put in place an agency agreement between us, in the province's case, as the landowner and provincial custodians, and the municipalities wherein our land is vested. But together with SALGA, Honorable House Chairperson, the bulk of our provincial documents has also been used by them to further their consultation processes with the 9 provinces and the SALGA representatives. And last but not least, we have created a technical work group that focuses across the province, which is led by the Department of Local Government, of which our department forms part of, Human Settlements forms part of, our Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety is part of it, SALGA, representing local government, the Metro, our 5 district municipalities, but also SAPS plays a key role on this body as well. Honorable House Chairperson, I opened up by saying that the heritage that we want to be known as ultimately determines our brand. So in conclusion, I would love to close with another quote. What good things we build end up building us, said Jim Rohn. So my question is, if we observe all of this destruction, the theft and vandalism of public property and community facilities, is this ultimately what we want to build upon as a new nation, but also how we would love our country's heritage to be known worldwide? I believe we all would say no. So it's time that we all step up, that we all play our part, that we become proactive, but that the key propellant and the key stakeholder in all of this really start playing their part, which is our broader community, which is our broader citizenry, which observe this and sometimes allow this, because at the end of the day, we can have all the budget that we require in certain instances. But if the end beneficiary is not part of that process and allows this destruction, we will ultimately be throwing this money down a very deep hole. And our brand, which we will become known for, will be a brand of a country that is destructive, whose citizens do not focus on what legacy we leave behind in brick and mortar and in terms of infrastructure, but it's rather breaking it down. And I do believe it is not what we want to be known as. So we need to move forward together with our citizens to find a social compact where everybody understands they all have a role to play, not just the three spheres of government. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, we will then proceed to
Chairperson,
we will then
I'm
proceed.
rising on a point of order.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Chair, I do not know the reasons why we are called here and provinces are supposed to present, but then they just disappear on the platform, giving reasons that they've got other engagements. This is a very serious platform where we engage with provinces, where we engage with ministers. This is precisely what we are all the time raising as the EFF, that it looks like you are creating a platform for the ANC to come here and waste our time. And you are not even ruling anything on what just happened, where provinces of the Northern Cape, Northwest, and other provinces just disappear and run away from the platform without accounting.
Yeah, no, Honorable Mukause, I think your point is made. Broadly speaking, I mean, I identify with what you are saying. I'm sure it's the case with all people who are on the platform. The only provinces that have not presented or stated their case are two: the Northwest and Northern Cape. KwaZulu-Natal, we did the back to them, and they've given us a report. Of course, there was some delay, and I'm sure not everybody will be that pleased about that. So we'll proceed, but your point is noted. We'll follow it up even outside of the meeting. Thank you very much. Salga.
Chairperson, if I may, I saw on the chat that Honorable Ryder raised the question of Gauteng. The Gauteng MEC had apologized early enough that in fact he was not going to be there, so he was not even on the speaker's list. So just to correct Honorable Ryder there.
Chairperson, on a point of order, Chair.
I don't need correction. Thank you. I'm okay.
On a point of order, Chair.
Members, can I please intervene? Let's note all the points raised outside of the meeting. We'll follow up on these matters. But for now,
on a point of order.
Let's move on to
on a point of order, Chairperson.
What's your point of order?
Chairperson, Honorable Mokause has made a point that you should have made a ruling. You are speaking about two provinces which disappeared. And she is making an appeal that you as a chairperson, you should make, you should at least rule on what has happened. That two provinces has just disappeared on a very important platform. So, Chairperson, I want to appeal to you that you should at least make an order of that, please.
I've already made a ruling. The ruling is that we will pursue these provinces outside of the meeting. And I'm taking responsibility to ensure that that is done. I don't think we should spend much more time other than what we have spent time on already. The points that are being made, I've said, are good points, and they're noted. We'll pursue them. Thank you very much. Salga? Jay Naidu.
Greetings, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, Minister of Public Works, Honorable Dilal, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Matali, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable MECs, Honorable Whips, Special Delegates, Secretary of the NCOP, Secretary to Parliament. Salga's presentation will be as follows. Every country has important sectors which must be protected against natural disasters, civil unrest, vandalism, trespassing, terrorism, theft, and now recently cyber attacks. Such sectors include the energy sector, communication sector, municipal services, local transport sector, public health, to mention but a few. South African municipalities have billions of rands in infrastructure assets and are facing large-scale stealing, vandalism, looting, and damage daily. A preliminary assessment by SALGA into the institutional arrangements for the protection of municipal and infrastructure assets showed several shortcomings and weaknesses, such as a lack of sufficient budget, understaffing of the security units, the placement of dysfunction, and generally old school security measures that are easily undermined by the criminal elements. Community safety and infrastructure protection is couched in the following legislative and policy frameworks. The White Paper on Policing, the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, the White Paper on Safety and Security, Second-Hand Goods Act, the Draft Policy on Scrap Metal, the IDP Municipal Bylaws, our Constitution, the NDP Municipal Structures Act, and the Systems Act. Common themes that can be derived from these legislative and policy frameworks are: one, that law enforcement and operations of the criminal justice system alone are not adequate to address high rates of crime and criminality in the country. Efforts at prevention need to focus also on victims and potential victims. Activities aimed at preventing crime and violence need to also address the fear of crime. Contextualizing SALGA within the legislative framework for community safety, SALGA's mandate, which is derived from our Constitution in terms of Section 1521D, promotes the safe and healthy environment. Section 1562 speaks to the administration and bylaws. The Schedule 5B on traffic and parking, and the White Paper on Community Safety 2016 and the current SAPS Acts provide for Metro Police and Amendment Bill providing for municipal police. The problem statement is that municipalities, not institutionalizing community safety in their planning and budgeting. Some municipalities have no basic units to tackle bylaw enforcement, asset protection, and traffic management, no strategies to tackle the problem of crime resulting in a rampant state of lawlessness, violent crime incidents in communities, state of lawlessness, large-scale vandalism, and infrastructure. Causal factors, there's a lack of clarity on the role of municipalities in law enforcement. The role of creating a safe environment is broad and unclear to many. A lack of integrated planning for community safety measures. Advocacy agenda, clarification on the role of municipalities in law enforcement in the legislations, to lobby for municipalities to be resourced to play the expected role on community safety, to establish at least 3 basic units in all municipalities, which are traffic management and parking, law enforcement, infrastructure, and asset protection. Bylaw compliance, we talked to the broken window theory, which says or speaks to visible signs of crime, antisocial behavior, and civil disorder, creating an environment that encourages further crime and disorder, including serious crimes. The theory suggests that policing methods that target minor crimes, such as non-compliance with municipal bylaws, help to create an atmosphere of order and lawfulness. Many municipalities have bylaws but don't have effective bylaw enforcement capabilities, like municipal police, peace officers, and municipal courts. Even municipalities that have municipal police, the focus tends to be on traffic management and some joint crime-fighting operations with SAPs. Other non-municipal law enforcement institutions do not take interest in bylaw enforcement. We need to work with our partners to formulate practical approaches to ensure bylaw enforcement, even in municipalities that don't have municipal police. Infrastructure protection from a local government perspective, the widespread copper cable theft that other speakers have spoken about is received considerable public attention in recent years. Local government is also seriously affected by this problem. While copper clearly important issues, it is important to municipalities to recognize the broad range of risks and threat to infrastructure and assets. Threats to infrastructure include not only cable theft, but crimes and vandalism more generally. Other municipal infrastructure that is targeted frequently includes other metallic fixtures, including electrical wiring, drains or manhole covers, geysers, tap security gates at municipal facilities such as libraries and swimming pools. At water treatment works and pump stations, electrical cables, as well as motors, pumps, and valves have frequently been a target. Security equipment such as fencing and security gates, but also CCTV cameras and traffic lights are also targeted. SALGA is engaged on management forums such as the National Symposium on Alternate Technological Innovation for the Protection of Municipal Infrastructure, held on the 15th of September 2021. And part of the stakeholders that have partnered with SALGA is the University of Johannesburg, where a MOU was concluded with interventions that focus on innovation and technology and the back to basics strategy. Then Chairperson, I'm just having a problem with my slides. Give me a moment. Yeah, and then we have the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, which also concluded a MOU with the capacity building and using existing resources. We have the Institute for Security Studies, where they report on the state of law enforcement at the local government level, the roundtable advisory groups on bylaw compliance and infrastructure protection. Then we have SAPS, which deals with the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, the assessment of bylaws and policies on dilapidated buildings, the Civilian Secretariat for the Police, and together with MINMAC. Chairperson, moving forward, the SALGA's position on the infrastructure protection in the trade in scrap metal, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition's draft policy proposal on measures to restrict and to regulate trade in ferrous and non-ferrous metals, waste, scrap, and semi-finished ferrous and non-ferrous metals to limit damage to infrastructure and the economy. The multifaceted and integrated and transversal approach at local government level with three focus areas. One, which is enforcement through bylaws and legislative imperatives by municipal police services and other respective law enforcement units. The second one being the waste management by assessing the current bylaws to address the recycling of scrap metal as a waste product and local economic development in ensuring that there is no impact to formal traders by the draft proposals. In summary, the capacity building and skills development program of local government officials and councillors, interventions that focus on bylaws compliance, assessment of bylaws that focus on infrastructure protection and maintenance, and the disposal of scrap metal byproducts and other. finding alternative and innovative solutions for the protection of municipal infrastructure, collaborated, strategic, and joint enforcement by local, provincial, and national policing and law enforcement structures. In conclusion, SALGA is committed to supporting municipalities in enhancing their role in protecting the infrastructure through capacity building and direct support on infrastructure protection planning processes. It is important to understand that local challenges to find localized solutions, the importance of assessments, and evidence for informed planning. Integrated approach and coordination are key, highlighting the role that strategic partnerships and stakeholders play. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. So many issues have been raised, and they are very varied indeed. Unused buildings to hijacking of buildings and related infrastructure and facilities, the land audit, the land forums establishment, the question of the district development model, effecting arrest, money spent on vandalized buildings, types of assets, transport, agriculture, and so on. The question of bylaws, unrest of July 2021, flood victims, security personnel, illegal occupation of buildings, again raised, loss of equipment in Sukuni district, issues of tourism, working with, you need to work with the SAPS, and so there's a variety of issues that have been raised. We'll now move on to a session that's going to deal with questions, comments, and responses. And at this point, I'll hand over to Honorable Winingwe. Honorable Ngwenya, I now hand over to you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the members, honorable members who are now going to ask questions and executive response all. So now, honorable members, I'll ask you to raise your hands so that I can note you, and I'll ask also the table to assist me if there's hands that I didn't see. For now, I've got Honorable Mulit and Honorable Matebula and Honorable Bishop. Honorable Kosa. Honorable Muletane. Okay, can you start as I noted you, honorable members?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to believe it was me. My name was not fully there. It was M-O-L-T-L-E-T. So it was me, Muletsane.
Thanks very much, honorable member. You can start.
Thank you, Chairperson, the House Chairperson. My question will go to MEC Koloi from Free State. MEC, do you have a register of the vandalized properties in the Free State? And what are you doing with those vandalized properties so that to avoid being further vandalized and not to be used for criminal activities? My second question also goes to the MEC of the Free State. MEC Koloi, In September 2015, the family of Mokwena were given a house, a public works house to occupy it, and the house was vandalized. They went as far as making a loan close to 90,000 in order to renovate the house that didn't have windows and doors. In December, on the 30th of December, when they thought that they have done renovating the house, now they are going to relax in that house, they got a call from one of the captains that told them that they must vacate the house. The Kumalo family, they are coming to occupy the house. The matter was reported to the legislature, to your department, and your member, they went to Welcome for investigation. It was in 2016 when this matter was reported to your department. But to date, that case is still pending. That poor family, they have not been refunded their 90,000 that they have spent in order to renovate that house. How far is your office and your department in resolving this matter? Because really that family of Mokwena, they have suffered a lot, and they've been, even though they don't have money, but they've been ripped the little that they managed to gather in order to try and renovate that house. So somebody, meaning that, decided to take them out immediately after they've renovated the house. They kicked them out and the house was occupied by the other family. How far is your department in order to resolve that matter? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Matebula.
Thank you.
Your network is bad. Can I pass you? I'll come back to you, Honorable Matebula.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I was saying that mine will go to MEC Rakwale. MEC Rakwale in Giani, Kremetat, there is houses there and flats which belong to public works, and someone is renting it out to other people, those houses and the flats. Did you try to do an investigation regarding this issue, or are you aware of this kind of issue that someone, I don't know whether it's an official or whoever belongs to public works, is renting it out to other people and benefit out of those houses? And then number 2 will go to Inzumeri in Ward 25, as well in Giyani. There is a building there that belongs to municipalities. That building was supposed to benefit the whole community. It was meant for the processing of mopani worms. But now, since it has been built, it is stuck with machine inside, big machines inside. And now when you pass there, you only see that there is small businesses there that are operating there, and they are renting that places. Have you ever done an investigation regarding this issue and check who is benefiting, who are they paying this amount to, and where does the money goes to? And then the third one will go to the for sports centers. We have a sports centers which was built by the contractors in Section E in Giyani. It is not finished. The contractor just abandoned the building, and then the community there, they are vandalizing the placing, as well as in Omu 14B. There's a sports center there which is not finished, and the community is busy vandalizing it. So I just wanted to check with you, what are you doing to protect such a... I'm done now, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable. The next question, Honorable Poshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question's directed to MEC Ndlovu from Mpumalanga. MEC, you are so correct in saying that no infrastructure development leads to no human development, and we can see it clearly in Mpumalanga because human development has been left by the wayside. And you also said that you have to start rolling up your sleeves to protect infrastructure. Now, MEC, when are these sleeves going to be rolled up, and when are you going to put in plan all the introductory interventions that you spoke of? It's no use having these plans and keeping them locked up in a file in your office, but we don't see the actual implementation. What I'd like to know from you is when people do report on infrastructure that has been vandalized or illegally occupied, they invariably become victimized. What program have you got in place to ensure the protection of any whistleblowers? Then I'd like to know from you how many buildings belong to your department, how many are occupied and being paid for, and how many are in a state of disrepair. And these that are in a state of disrepair, do you have a budget to ensure that they will be attended to? I'd also like to know how many of these buildings or land that you have available are unlawfully occupied. And as previous speakers said, we'd also like to have a list of all the registered properties in the name of the Mpumalanga government. You spoke of assets and a figure was given 4263. I don't know what that figure refers to. Could you just elaborate on it? And then the plan that you have, that you spoke of with regard to crime intelligence, what is the public-private partnership with regard to this crime intelligence? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Visa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, House Chair. First and foremost, to me, as a inhabitant of the Northwest Province, I am really embarrassed that there was no representation from the MEC from Northwest. I just want to state, to have it on record, that despite a Section 100 intervention in the Northwest Province for more than 3 years, everything regarding the Department of Public Works has deteriorated. There is not a travelable road. The hospitals are collapsing, the clinics, the schools, all the projects that stopped, everything is really collapsed, and there is really an urgent discussion necessary from with MEC regarding the situation that currently is ongoing in Northwest. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. I think the point have been taken. Honorable members, this was the only questions that I have on my side. I will ask the MECs to answer the question number 1 that have asked by Honorable Muletsane from Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just zoom in on the questions. There are 2 questions that have been asked by Honorable Muletsane. The first question was with regard to whether the State Public Works does have a register of vandalized properties. Now, in my response, I would just like to indicate to the House that we are using an asset register, because the asset register that the department is using entails all the condition assessment of all the properties that we are having within the province. And it is a valid document that we are using. Like I had indicated, that it is an asset register. In short, yes, we do have an asset register that indicates that entails the condition assessment of all the properties within the province. And the mechanism that we are having in place as the department, there are 3 mechanisms that we are having in place to ensure that vandalism doesn't continue as it has been reported earlier on during my presentation. When I was presenting earlier on, Honorable Chair, I indicated that we had identified these vandalized properties and we had refurbished some of the properties and make sure that our user departments are utilizing such properties. The second step that we are going to use as the department is that we are also going to dispose those properties that we are not going to use at the end of the day. The third step that we are going to embark on, and let me indicate to the House that already we are busy with the process where we are making sure that we are going to go district by district, as we are having 5 districts in the Free State, where we'll be engaging the stakeholders, all the stakeholders within our province, to indicate their interest around such buildings where they will want to utilize them at the end of the day. Because when they utilize such properties, will be avoiding vandalism. Now, with regard to the question that centers around the case of Mr. Mokoena, the family of Mokoena, where they had been allocated a house by Public Works, and at the end of the day, they had been instructed to vacate such a building. I am humbly requesting that can we be finished with the details of that particular house, because it indicates that it is a matter of 2015 where the house was being allocated to Mr. Mokoena, and last year in December, 30 December, they were summoned to vacate that particular house. I'm submitting to honorable member that if we can be finished with the details of such house, we'll be able to make a follow-up and make sure that we send a formal report to the NCOP. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next question is coming from Honorable Matebula to MEC Rahwade.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me start with the 2 buildings that Honorable Matebula is talking about, which is the Zumeri building, which was meant for Mopani worms processing, and the sports center. And I'm sure Honorable Matebula will agree with me. She knows this building from as far as when she was still a councillor in the very same municipality that is responsible for the 2 buildings. Honorable Chair, the 2 buildings belongs to the local municipality, Giyani, of which I think we'll be able to get information from them, because I know the sports complex that she's talking about, which at some stage was even in the media, and the municipality have promised that they will have to budget for the same building so that it is complete. So with the Zumeri building, I think we'll also have to find out from the local municipality in terms of whether are the small businesses that are utilizing the building currently paying to the municipality, or who are they paying to? But I know this building is within the jurisdiction of Kgoshi Zumeri. So it's one information that we want to know or to find out from the local municipality. So with the issue of the Gremedat renting, Chair, I wouldn't want to lie to the honorable members. Allow us to go and do further investigation in order to be able to come up with a proper report, which will have full information. For now, Chair, I wouldn't want to lie to the honorable members. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next question It's a question that is coming from Honorable Bishop to MEC Ndlovu, Mpumalanga, Kajeni. MEC Ndlovu.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity once more to respond to these questions that were asked by Honorable Bishop. I hope that you know, Honorable Bishop, that I was appointed on Friday, and today is this is my first official engagement. And when I started to make my input, I indicated that it may happen that I'm going to not to meet your expectations. But I'll try to respond on some of the questions that she has raised. But first thing first is that when you are given a new responsibility, this what was said by a former president, Kgalema Motlanthe, that you are incapacitated. Your first task will be to build your own capacity. So that is where I am currently. I was supposed to meet today with our officials in the department. That was going to be my first assignment. But on Saturday, I got an information that I am invited to the NCOP. So we're going to have an engagement. I think it should have been better if I should have maybe given an opportunity to address you after that first engagement. But there are some few reports that I know because I was also the MEC for the past 3 months. I know that there are buildings, especially government houses that have been hijacked in the province. We have got people that are occupying those houses legally and illegally. According to the report from the department, is that we have conducted an audit of all the houses in the province. We know houses that have been hijacked. Some of them, they've been hijacked by foreign nationals. So we took a decision that will go back to the executive because there was a decision which was taken by the executive that maybe we should auction these houses. And we said that maybe it will be in the best interest of our department if we can first give preference to our officials. So we said that we are going again to conduct an audit if we have got occupants of those houses that they meet the requirements, then we will allow them to occupy. They will buy those houses, and those that will not have rightful occupants, we are going to sell those buildings. The day that we will harass people when they come to us to report any act, whether it's a criminal act or any report, whether negative or positive, the day that will harass such a person must know that OR Tambo will come back. I wanted to chastise us even for a minute and go back and take a long, peaceful rest. So we will not do that. If Bishop has got that report, I will request her to come to the office, or even if to send me that information, can even WhatsApp that information to me. We will deal with that matter. I don't think that in this department, even though I was not here, I don't think that we can harass people that are giving us valuable information. So we'll have our first meeting where we're going to discuss the plans. According to my understanding, that plans will have to be implemented and is continuous. We're inheriting this department from the former MEC. There were plans here. So we are going to make sure that we implement all the plans as decided by the department. Thanks.
Thanks very much, MEC Ndlovu. Hopefully, Honorable Member Bishop have heard you. Hopefully, you are going to invite them as soon as possible. Honorable Bishop.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Seeing that Honorable Ndlovu is a newbie in his department, which I understand, but I've written that a handover should have been done by his predecessor. Could I ask that ASAP, a report on the audited buildings and empty stands be provided to the NCOP so that we can have a look for ourselves and do our own oversight? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Hopefully, Honorable Ndlovu, you will do so. I don't want you to make a dialogue between you and Honorable Bosho. She also understands that hopefully uzawuthanyela kangcono. So thanks very much, honorable members. I don't have another questions. Siyaqhuba ngoku. I would now like to call our chief whip, Honorable Mohai, to do the closing remarks on accelerating the implementation of measure to mitigate against the destruction, theft, and vandalism of public property and community facilities. Honorable Mr. S.J. Mohai, can you please take the platform?
Thank you very much, Mayor Winnie Ngwenya, our House Chair. Thanks very much. And also let me acknowledge the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, and the House Chair of Committees, Honorable Nyambe, and Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Matali, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matali, and also to recognize all the members of the Executive Councils, MECs for Public Works, for being with us here. And in that breath, I do agree with the Chair of the National Council of Provinces that for those provinces that were not with us, we need better preparation and planning because we do really deal with matters of public and national interest. These are crucial issues that we're dealing with that requires MECs to be making presentations to this platform. And representatives of organized local government of South Africa, SALGA, honorable members of the NCOP, and special delegates, as we close this ministerial briefing on the measures to mitigate vandalism, destruction, and theft of public infrastructure and property. The call of duty demands us to take this moment to reaffirm our renewed collective commitment and efforts to mobilize our communities behind government program against the destruction, vandalism, and theft of public property. Chairperson, all members agree here that people who are involved in these criminal activities in most instances are known by our communities. Our communities and the police knows the scrap metal business that where these stolen properties are sold. And our communities know public officials who are selling stolen medical stolen products. This calls for the rebuilding of trust between communities and police. This calls for the rebuilding of trust between communities and police in a collective effort to fight and combat crime. As Deputy Minister of Police have pointed out, this trust deficit of the community against the police continue to undermine the country's collective efforts against crime. This is compounded by the highly publicized narrative in the media about the lack of adequate protection of whistleblowers in their country. Chairperson, there is also consensus that the destruction, vandalism, and theft of public property deprive majority of our people, the poor and the vulnerable in particular, of basic service to livelihoods. The banning of a shopping mall, which employs men and women who are breadwinners, deprive these people livelihoods and employment. The theft of electrical cables results in the power outages that causes blackout and suffering to our people. And the theft of medical products in the public health facility deprive so many of our people, especially women and children, of access to free basic health care. As the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure have pointed out, vandalism, destruction and theft of public property assume different forms. Democratic protests have become key as a driver of destruction of public property, as we have the construction mafia and those who steal copper materials for sales to scrap metal shops. Whilst we welcome the legislative reform that is currently underway by the Ministry of International Trade Cooperation to strengthen the regulation of the scrap yards and the export of steel and other metals, a more multi-sectoral approach, both across departments and 3 spheres of government, is required. In some instances, it has been reported that greedy entrepreneurs are complicit in the destruction of critical public infrastructure to open opportunity for them to get emergency contracts for the repair and restoration of the destroyed infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, whilst we should reaffirm the supremacy of our Constitution and the Bill of Rights in every policy option we take, we should equally remind ourselves and the broader public that ours is not a constitutional democracy that was handed over in a silver platter, but one that was born out of the soil, watered by the blood and sweat and tears of our people. Our failure to combat and defeat the theft, vandalism, and destruction of public property will be the single most betrayal of those who have laid down their lives for the freedom we are enjoying today. For this, the democratic state cannot stand by whilst criminality and violation of other people's rights take place in the name of a democratic right to protest. Whilst we appreciate the multi-stakeholder approach that the government is currently pursuing against this crime, experience teaches that without a strong partnership and collaboration between the state and communities, our efforts to erode the space for this criminality are short-lived. Chairperson, one of the key issues that requires serious policy review is the extent to which our legislation is adequately positioned to deal with challenge of theft, vandalism, and destruction of public property more harshly as a deterrent, to the extent that theft, vandalism, and destruction of public property is open to classification as a petty crime by courts, irrespective of a devastating social and economic impact. The more our victory against these crimes become postponed into the very distant future. For instance, we have a new emerging trend in this country where criminals take their criminal war right into our police stations by robbing the police stations of firearms. The key question that arises is whether we treat this act in terms of normal criminal procedure act or in terms of terrorism and treason act. Chair, we are raising this because if police stations are attacked and robbed, how do we expect our people to feel free and safe? This sends a wrong message that the state have no capacity to protect its people. In other countries, to rob a police officer or a police station, an official firearm, is a treasonous act by law. There is no doubt that this session have provided the valuable baseline data about the policy action agenda of government in the fight against vandalism, destruction, and theft of public property. This cannot be for its own sake, but to empower the members and the select committees of the NCOP so that they are able to exercise effective oversight of government. This should also empower the members as they go to their constituencies to mobilize key stakeholders and communities behind government efforts against vandalism, destruction, and theft of public property. Chairperson, it will be amiss for this forum not to raise sharply the issue of discipline of planning in relation to leaving government buildings vacant for long. This cannot be accepted because it exposed the building to the risk of occupation and vandalism. In closing, Chair, allow me to thank the Minister of Public Works, the Deputy Minister of Police, and their entourage, the honorable members of the executive councils, all the MECs for Public Works who have set time aside and also participated meaningfully in these discussions today. Honorable members and special delegates who have participated in this forum, we really thank you for your contribution to this important subject that is facing our country. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yalebo.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chief Whip. We have thanked everybody. I want to repeat it again. That concludes the debate of the day. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable
Recording
Bishop.
stopped.
Uyaqhuba mama ungwenya.
Siyaqhuba apha uvile nawe.
Ubona imoto inepetrol.
Siyabonga, MEC Ndlovu.
Bye.